Okay, let's start. So, hello everyone, good morning, and welcome to NP2 Online. This is a brand new format, so we're gonna test it out this time. Hope it will work all right. I'm Yasser, I'm the main chair, and I think we'll
Okay,
have a good
let's
time.
start.
So, first of all, I'd
So,
like to put
hello
this
everyone.
little
Good morning.
meme. I don't know if everyone knows it. Hello word, but this time it's hello NP2. Just wanted to put it here. Okay, so usually we start with the welcome speech at a physical NP, but given the circumstances and given the new format of this NP, we have to explain some rules first, so you could be ready for the remainder of the NP. So first of all, when you join the meeting, you have to rename yourself in the following format: first name, last name, ESN section. So we could know who's talking, and we could make the vice chair's job way more easier, because like it's really like a mess online to just get to know everyone's name and everything. So it's easier when someone has their section and their names, so everything is clear and everything. Okay. Um, after that, you will be muted by default, and you will remain muted throughout the call. You'll be okay. No, you will not be unmuted by the CT. You will unmute yourself if you are on the speakers list and it's your turn. You can choose whether you want to activate your video or not. In the case you're speaking, it's better to have your video on because it's way more interactive and everything. But it's still your choice. And you have to remember that this MP is being recorded. So if you don't want to show your face during the live stream, you can do that. But also remember that it's only for people with a Galaxy account, so like only ESNers. Okay. When you want to speak, write down your question on a piece of paper, so you can be ready when you speak. So it makes things way more smoother. You can make up to two interventions at the same time. To notify the CT that you want to speak during the speaking time, you have to go to participants and then raise your hand. When you raise your hand, it's done. You're on the speakers list. The list of people that are raising their hand is ordered by the by chronological order, actually. So we will not miss anyone. Don't worry. And when it's your turn, the CT will call your name, and you will be able to unmute yourself. So to just check that you know everything. So the participants button is like this, and you raise your hand by clicking on this button. When you speak, you have to state your name, your section. You have to ask your question loud and clear. It's an online NP. There might be some internet interference, so it's always nice to have the question said loud and clear so everyone hears it um, clearly. Be concise. We don't have a lot of time, so we have to make things go smooth and fast. You can ask up to two questions, as said before, beyond which you'll have to be put again on the speakers list if you have any more questions. After the end of your question, please mute yourself again. So
home and to follow our beautiful event. So we still have a busy and exciting day ahead. So with these few words, our very first online elective NP is officially open. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabien, for your word. It's a great pleasure to have you. Um, so let's move on. Okay. I'm just going to introduce really quickly the national level. Usually you would have seen them more at a physical NP, but I hope that you'll be able to see them right now, even though it's online. And it's not, even though it's not physical, we still have to acknowledge all the work that they put into ESN Switzerland the whole year. And I would like to congratulate them for all the hard work they've done throughout the year. So please give a round of applause, of silent applause, to the national level. And also, I would like to give a special mention to the OCF NP2 Geneva. I know that they put a lot of work into the creation of and the organization of this NP. And with a great shame, they had to cancel 2 days before. I know it's really hard for them to do that, even though the situation did not really um, allow us to gather all together. So also, please give a big round of silent applause to the OCF NP2 Geneva because they did a really great job, and hopefully we'll see them next time at a later NP. Okay, so now we're gonna introduce the chairing team. Myself, Yasser Haddad. I'm the main chair. I'm part of ESN EPFL. Yeah, that's basically it for me. I've been around ESN for a long time, but I'm really proud of being part of this network. So main chair was something that I really wanted to do. Sophie?
Hello, everybody. I'm Sophie. I'm originally also from ESN EPFL, but I haven't been there for a while because now I live in Zurich. I've been around ESN for a while. This is my 14th Swiss NP, but it's my first online one, so there's always new things to get excited about. And today, mostly I will be taking minutes, so please make sure that you speak loud and clear to make my job easier. Thank you.
David? Is he gonna introduce himself? Maybe, maybe not. Okay. Um, I don't know if he's hearing us. Oh, he doesn't have a mic anymore. Okay, so I'll introduce David real quick. Also, David Rezan is the technical chair for this NP. He's part of ESN EPFL. He's doing a great job in ESN EPFL and in ESN Switzerland. And it's his birthday. So please unmute yourself and sing with me. Happy birthday to David. Happy birthday to you.
Great, guys.
Happy
Birthday
birthday to
to
you. Happy
Birthday to
David.
Happy
Birthday
birthday
to
to
you.
you. Happy birthday. Okay, please mute yourself again. Can I? Yes, perfect. Nice. Real quick. I like how responsive you are. Okay, so now let's tackle the real thing, um, the real start of the NP. So I'm just gonna start by showing the agenda and the changes that we made to the agenda. Um, so first of all, we switched a couple of things at the beginning. We removed some parts regarding the introduction of the OC. We joined some sections. So, for example, this. we added a bit of time for the votings. What else did we do here? We added we added some time for the explanation of the NP rules. Yeah, that's basically it for this slide. So we're gonna start with the first voting round, like right now, just after the agenda. And then we're gonna go onto the SOS changes, and then first round of presentations from candidates for the national level. And then we're gonna do a small coffee break, and then a second round of presentations from the candidates for the national level. And then we're gonna do a picture time. And then we'll go off for lunch. And then in the afternoon, we also in the CT changed a couple of things. So we changed the name of this section. So it was before question round for the national candidates, but now it's more like an additional question time. Because I think we can fit everything in the first 2 hours that we mentioned before. But here it's just additional time if people did not have the time to ask questions before. We're gonna follow that by the advisory council recommendations, the presentation of the candidacy of the OC from NP3, the budget amendments, a small energizer, which is gonna be really nice. Gonna see you all moving on Zoom. And then we added something for the presentation of St. Gallen. We added 5 minutes of question time. You can ask them whatever question you have on your mind. And then we changed the name of the small sessions. So it's more the meet the candidates kind of small sessions. Before it was small sessions for engagement. And then you have a coffee break. Then you have some time to discuss within your sections to discuss the votes for the NB. And then here we switched some things as well for the votings at the end. So we first explain really clearly how the NB voting procedure goes on. It's a very organized kind of procedure. So you have to make sure that you really know everything around it, so you don't feel lost at some point. And then we added some time for the voting and voting results, and then the closing speech, the closing announcement, and finally a social program organized by the OC of NP2 Geneva. I think it's going to be a great time, so please stay till the end. So there's some important voting information that we need to discuss with you. So first of all, the NB election procedure will be explained afterwards, as mentioned before. And then we have some propositions from the CT to make this votes smoother and more compatible with the online format. So first of all, we're gonna do all the national level candidate votes on a doodle at the same time, because we have only one candidate per position. And I think it's gonna be smoother if we do that all at the same time. And we're gonna announce the results right after. And after, as well, the 3 budget amendments, the national events, the Libera amendment, and the anti-gifts amendment proposals have, well, we want them to be voted together because I think it's also quicker and way more smoother if we do that this way. However, you can still oppose these proposals from us. So please let us know before the break, so we can manage to, tweak things up. Okay, so let's go on for the first voting round. We're gonna start with the quorum check. We want to check if all the sections are here. So please, I'm gonna start with the roll call. The quorum check question is your internet slow? The possible answers are yes, no, and abstain. So first of all, ESN Basel, please unmute yourself.
Yes.
Perfect. ESN Bern,
Yes.
ESN Roer,
No.
ESN Fribourg, ESN Fribourg,
No.
ESN Geneva,
No.
ESN Lausanne PFL,
No.
ESN Lausanne Unil,
No.
ESN Lugano,
No.
ESN Lucerne,
No.
ESN Neuchâtel,
No.
ESN Olten,
No.
ESN St. Gallen,
No.
ESN Winterthur,
No.
okay. ESN Vendersville,
Yes.
ESN Zurich ETH,
Yes.
ESN Zurich Uni.
Yes.
Perfect. So,
Wait, can we repeat ESN Winterthur because I couldn't hear it?
ESN Winterthur.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. So,
You hear me?
yes, all good.
Okay.
Yeah. So with 6 yes and 10 no's, internet is slow is refused. So your internet is really quick and really fast. Nice. Good for this NP. So let's go on. So we have to elect some scrutinizers for this NP, as always. The scrutinizer's job is to make sure that the votings are done correctly and that the CT is transparent with the participants. Okay. Yes, David DeSanto.
Hey, sorry. Dave and our ESN Switzerland have to make a procedural. You asked in the quorum check for ESN Olten. We don't have an ESN Olten anymore. We have ESN FHNW, and therefore we have to make the quorum check right. Otherwise, it's not really valid if there is an ESN Olten and not an ESN FHNW. Thank you.
Yes, you're right. You're totally right. Okay. Sorry, I was on the wrong page of the agenda. Okay. So do I have to do it all again or just this one?
I would say it's enough if you just go for the FHNW again.
Okay. So going back to quorum check, ESN FNHW.
No.
Okay. The answer is still no. Your internet is still fast, which is great. Okay, let's go on. Do you elect Theo Witville and Leah Weber as scrutinizers for the NP2 online? As said before, the scrutinizers are the people that are gonna really check that we're doing a great job as CT and we're doing it transparently, and they're gonna check the votings along with us. So we're gonna do roll call again. ESN Basel. ESN Basel.
Yes. Yes.
ESN Bern.
Yes.
ESN Roer.
Yes.
ESN FHNW. Sorry.
Yes.
ESN Fribourg.
Yes.
ESN Geneva.
Yes.
ESN Lausanne EPFL.
Yes.
Yes.
ESN Lausanne Unil.
Yes.
ESN Lugano.
Yes.
ESN Lucerne.
Yes.
ESN Neuchâtel.
Yes.
ESN St. Gallen.
Yes.
ESN Winterthur.
Yes.
ESN Wendelswil.
Yes.
ESN Zurich ETH.
Yes.
ESN Zurich Uni.
Yes.
Perfect. With 16 yes, Theo Vidville and Leah Weber are elected as scrutinizers. Congrats. On to the next question. So do you approve us, the CT, so namely Yasser Haddad, Sophie Girardin, and David Rezan, as the chairing team for the NP2 online? Again, the roll call, ESN Basel. ESN Basel.
Yes.
Okay. ESN Bern.
Yes.
ESN Ruhr.
Yes.
ESN FHNW.
Yes.
ESN Fribourg.
Yes.
ESN Geneva.
Yes.
ESN Lausanne EPFL.
Yes.
ESN Lausanne Uniel.
Yes.
ESN Lugano.
Yes.
ESN Lucerne.
Yes.
ESN Neuchâtel.
Yes.
ESN St. Gallen.
Yes.
ESN Winterthur.
Yes.
ESN Wendeswil.
Yes.
ESN Zurich ETH.
Yes.
ESN Zurich Uni.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. With 16 yes, the CT is elected and approved by the NP2 online. Thank you very much. And I think we're done. Yes, we're done with all the votings. Great. So in the statute.
No, we're not done, sorry. We still have the agenda and the minutes.
And the agenda. Okay, sorry. All good. Sorry. Okay, so do you approve the agenda for NP2 online? Again, the roll call. ESN Basel.
Yes.
ESN Bern.
Yes.
ESN Ruhr.
Yes.
ESN FHNW.
Yes.
ESN Fribourg.
Yes.
ESN Geneva.
Yes.
ESN Lausanne EPFL.
Yes.
ESN Lausanne Uniel.
Yes.
ESN Lugano.
Yes.
ESN Lucerne.
Yes.
ESN Neuchâtel.
Yes.
ESN St. Gallen.
Yes.
ESN Winterthur.
Yes.
ESN Wendeswil.
Yes.
ESN Zurich ETH.
Yes.
ESN Zurich Uni.
Yes.
Perfect. With 16 yes, the agenda is approved by the NP2 online. On to the last question of the voting round for now. Do you approve the minutes from NP1 Lausanne 2019? The answers are yes, no, and abstain. Again, roll call. ESN Basel.
Yes.
ESN Bern.
Yes.
ESN Ruhr.
Yes.
ESN FHNW.
Yes.
ESN Fribourg.
Yes.
ESN Geneva.
Yes.
ESN Lausanne EPFL.
Yes.
ESN Lausanne Uniel.
Yes.
ESN Lugano.
Yes.
ESN Lucerne.
Yes.
ESN Neuchâtel.
Yes.
ESN St. Gallen.
Yes.
ESN Winterthur.
Yes.
ESN Wendeswil.
Yes.
ESN Zurich ETH.
Yes.
ESN Zurich Uni.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So the minutes from NP1 Lausanne 2019 are approved and accepted by the NP2 online. Perfect. So now we're really done with the voting round. Sorry about that before. And we're going to start with the SOS changes. In the statutes, if I'm not mistaken, it's in the statutes. No, sorry, in the standing orders, Article 4.5, it is set that the SOS changes have to be presented at the beginning of the NP. So please, I would like to welcome Hackerman Fabien to the stage, to the virtual stage. So please, Fabien, unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm muted. So I think as we decided, it would be best to share my screen. But it's written that I cannot share my screen as another participant is joining it, is still using it. So now maybe it could work. Good. Does it work? Oh, good. Do you have it, right?
We see it in a presenter view at the moment.
Okay.
Fabian, you have
Yes.
to click on it before sharing, and then share the screen. That is also, I think there are 2 screens maybe that are shared, that are open when you want to present.
But you mean on the PowerPoint, or?
Yes.
I think I'm just sharing only my PowerPoint right now.
Okay. May I just
I'll start again.
Just suggest you to do something? Can you stop the sharing, start the presentation, and then share your screen?
Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay, so just one sec. No, still like before, right?
I think if you go to diaporama, you can choose on which screen you're sharing. So go diaporama, monitor on the very right, monitor here, and here maybe you can change that. Moniteur principal, see if this solves it. Oh yeah, okay, uncheck utiliser le mode présentateur. And now I think it should work.
Oh, good. Sorry, people. We actually practice it on Wednesday, so it should have worked a bit faster. Okay, so now I have 10 minutes ahead of me. I'll take less than that for sure. So I, like Yas said for introduction, I'm gonna present to you some small SOS changes. So for like the less experienced ESNer, SOS stands for the standing orders and the statutes. So what I'm gonna add is basically only 2 stuff in our statutes. So basically for those transition guidelines. So one of the main issue, I would say, the ESN in general, I mean, the network phase, it's the high turnover. I mean, people come and go and leave every, I would say, I mean, most of the people stay around 1 year, maybe a bit more, but most of the time the knowledge is lost from one local board to another. And that's actually a big issue. So we are actually trying to improve that. And how we could actually improve that is actually to kind of push the section to have their own transition guideline. I'm very aware of that some of the section already have those, but we actually believe as a board that kind of forcing the section to have actually their own transition guideline would actually help the section to ensure like a higher quality in the transition, and therefore to I would say lose less knowledge than the previous year, because we have seen in the past that many sections, sometimes the president is doing a lot of stuff and then that person leaves, and then we have to start again and explaining again what is ESN to the following presidents. So we do really hope with those guidelines that we actually settle kind of like procedural structure to ensure it is having a better knowledge transfer. About the process. So that's something that we start to work with with the draft at the team building from the national board that we had in January, and some local presidents joined too. So that's something that was also discussed with some of you local presidents, Plus, then we work again on it at the community weekend, again in a small session with most of the local presidents. So this is actually like a common work of the network. It's not us NB imposing something to the network. So concretely, what's gonna say? So in our statutes, we have two articles, Article 8 and 9. I do not want to modify anything. I do not want to cancel everything. I just want to add basically only 2 sentences. So in the Article 8, when you talk about member section, so we are talking about the statutes of ESN Switzerland, meaning the member of ESN Switzerland are the section. Those are the active member. So as it's written here, I mean, it's written the statute in French and German. So here it's like the general one in English. The section needs to have transition guideline or established procedure to ensure knowledge transfer. And upon that, a small other changes in the section's members. The members of the section are basically the passive members, so you guys, like physical humans. And in that sense, the section have the duty to report the members of the local board to the national board upon any changes. Because we have also seen in the previous mandate that usually we have more or less the list of your, we manage to have the list of your board members at the beginning of the year. The thing is, through the year, I mean, sometimes we lose some contacts, sometimes we changing your board members, as also for us, like running the communities, and it happened that some section were not represented in all the communities. So we would actually also make the job of the network easier if we are aware of all your changes in board members. Concretely, in fact, what's the next step? So, I mean, those transition guidelines, we don't want to force having one common transition guideline for everyone, as the reality in the section are different. Of course, you are sharing the same task, but you're not necessarily doing them the same way. So what I want to mention is that most of the section already have those, so it should not be like a big workload to implement those if you already have them, of course. If it's not the case, because in some sections it's not the case, yes, of course, we have the sharing is caring. I've seen many great initiatives those past week to, I mean, exchange knowledge, exchange those documents. So, I mean, if like a section was very nice established procedure is willing to share them with, I mean, another section, of course, it's possible. And obviously, as national board, we're here to support you. In any case, if you, I mean, need advice or, I mean, if you wanna work on them with us, of course. So now, as we basically change the statutes, then the statutes have to be followed, of course. So in that sense, each semester, this has to be checked by the national level. So of course, at the beginning of each semester, what we want to do is basically one person from the board would actually make sure that, I mean, the section follow the guideline, and like we had, like we say, a smooth transition in the sections. Moreover, in the voting documents that you got, there's not only the change in the SOS of those 2 lines, but it's actually this document of 3 pages that was made with the president, the community weekend or even before. And this is actually the general president guideline, setting up all the requirements and basically being the sum up of what is asked for presidents, meaning when a new president is elected in a section, because I mean, most of you guys, local president, you might leave your position this summer. When you're gonna have a new president, I mean, the national level is gonna give that document to a new president. It's gonna be kind of checklist to ensure that everything was done properly. So we found very relevant to have that general president guideline, but of course, leave up to the section to have the other ones. Of course, I'm aware like the local communication manager might have the same job to do, but at the same time, it's always like a bit different within the section. So we want to give us a bit freedom to the section. That's it. It's not a big changes in the SOS. It's just basically to add those 2 changes. We'll actually, we do believe that will actually improve the knowledge transfer in our sections. Now I think we have 5 minutes of questions, so feel free to ask me whatever you want to. And of course, we have the vote this afternoon, and then you can state if you agree or not to accept this modification of our statutes. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabien, for your presentation. Now the floor is yours for any questions. If you wish to ask any question, the speakers list is now open. So please raise your hand if you have any question. And please, Fabien, can you close the share screen so you can like interact with the person that is asking the question?
I should just stop it, right?
Yeah, just the share screen so we can.
Good, thanks.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Do we have any questions? Yes. Nino. Anyone else? Okay, so we'll start with Nino. Nino Wilkins, the floor is yours. You can unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. Nino Advisory Council. I have a quick comment. I think in the German version, our Article 9 has a German mistake. I mean, it's clear what you're trying to say, but the sentence doesn't perfectly make sense. Will you change that to a sentence that makes sense? It's in your power to, just to make sure the wording makes sense. I can maybe quickly share the screen so
yeah,
see.
Thank you very much for the question. To be honest, I made the changes with Dave, so we did it together for the phrasing because I'm not good enough in German to have a proper phrase. So I'm actually because we haven't noticed that small mistake. So what would you actually change in that statute then?
I mean, sorry, I also just saw this right now. I would say die Sektionen haben die Pflicht, dem Nationalen Board über andere Änderungen betreffend der Mitglieder ihres lokalen Vorstands. Just put Mitglieder ihres lokalen Vorstands behind the Änderungen, and then everything is fine. And I think it's okay for you to change the wording. It's clear what is meant. It's just not super properly written in German. As far as I know, in French, it's all good.
Yeah, thank you very much for your input. So for a procedural point of view, should we or are we have like the power to change it now and to vote on those changes, or should we have like an amendment of the amendment?
I think that now this is in the minutes of the NP, and if you state that you are planning to change it, you can even change it afterwards to have a proper wording.
Okay, so should we just take like 5 minutes during the break, just you, Dave, and I, and then make the changes and propose the new change before the voting?
I think that would be great.
Okay, great. Let's do that then. Thank you.
Thank you for your question and your intervention. Does anyone else have any questions? Please raise your hand if you have any question. Okay. No more questions. Then the speakers list is now closed. Thank you very much, Fabien, for your intervention. Okay, now I have to go back to the screen. Okay. Yes, perfect. Okay, now we're done with the SOS changes, and we can go on. Yes. Okay. We are going to start with the first part of the presentations of the national level candidates. Please, I'm going to start with the national president. I'm going to first list the task of a national president. And then we can leave the floor for the national president candidate. So the national president helps the national representative with the international topics, helps the vice president with the management of the president's community and the Swiss network, has a position of ultimate responsibility, has the national president represent ESN Switzerland outside of Switzerland. The national president coordinates and implements national strategies, and the national president has to participate in both GAs. So now I'm going to leave the floor for the national president candidate, Dana Muzaffari from ESN EPF Lausanne.
Thank you. Yes. So let me just share my screen. Okay. Can you all see it? Great. So good morning, everyone. Good morning, network. Good morning, international guests. My name is Dana Muzaffari, and I sit here today as I am applying for the position of national president of ESN Switzerland. So let me quickly present myself. So about me. I'm originally Persian, but I grew up in Geneva and came to study in Lausanne. I did my master in chemistry and biotech at EPFL Lausanne, and I currently doing my master thesis at ETH. I did one exchange year in Imperial College London, as many ESNers did. I speak about 3 languages, a bit more than 3. I'm currently trying to learn Schweizerdeutsch. My main quality, I would say, I'm open-minded, motivated, and very passionate about what I'm doing. So my career in ESN so far, I started 2 years ago as a local member of ESN EPFL. I quickly got involved as vice president, then president. I tried to do as many national and international events that I could. And right now I'm an active member of ESN EPFL. But I couldn't stop. So this is why I'm applying for the position of president of ESN Switzerland. So why president? The way that I see it, this network is working pretty great right now, but there are some things that can always be improved, of course. And I would like to focus my project for ESN Switzerland around 3 axes. First, the centralization and a better management of information within the network, which would lead and help a strengthening of the network through the communities, and also improve the external visibility. So I will explain in more details what I mean by this. First, a better management of information. So right now there are many channels. Access is sometimes difficult. It's not always intuitive. And most often they're not totally up to date. The current board did a great job by creating the Telegram channel and trying to focus information a bit. But for what comes to the sources of information, there's still a lot to do. And what I plan, for example, would be a brand new ESN Swiss wiki that would help centralize all kind of information so that every local member should know where to look for information, who to ask for, and of course, looking for information can be always a bit frustrating. We're all volunteers and we don't want to lose time for this and organize our events. So this would be done in coordination with communication manager and the VPA. So this would also help for better strengthening of the network through the position-specific communities. So right now, after the structural review of the network with the ESN review, the best way to work would be to have this position-specific communities that the current board already started to work on. Information would be transmitted best through these communities, but there is still room for improvement, and this project would be undertaken with the vice president, the brand new section manager, and the national event manager. So as you can see on this graph, the local section are the most important part of ESN, and what is important is that national level and international level, international board, the information is transmitted correctly, and those communities can help with that. So finally, for the last side of the project I'm proposing is improving the external visibility of ESN Switzerland. The current board, Fabien has already did a great job on the advocacy booklet and the recognition certificates, and we would have to use them and implement them with the sections, but we would also support ENI by giving them information about the needs of the section so that they can best defend the interest of them among the international scene. So a better management of information would also help with that a lot. And also, I would like also to help the communication manager promote ESN Switzerland to a broader audience. So right now, our social medias are mainly seen by ESNers, maybe not the Twitters, but I mean, we can always work so that stakeholders and Erasmus students get also more from ESN Switzerland. So this would be done with the help of the national representative, education officer, partnership manager, and communication manager. So yeah, thank you for listening. And again, for me, the main purpose of the national level is to help the sections get better and stronger, both individually and together. Thanks. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask them now or during the small session. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Dana, for your presentation. Now the floor is yours to ask any questions. We are gonna open the speakers list now. Okay, Nathan, Lucas, anyone else? Okay, we can already start. Okay, Nathan Ramusa, SNEPFL, the floor is yours. You can lower your hand and then start speaking.
Okay, Nathan Ramusa, ESN PFL. So I got a question regarding the cancellation of the AGM and then the proposition of ESN Sweden to host the next EGM. So they propose to redistribute the spots for every country, depending on how many people had applied to the AGM. How do you plan on distributing the spots they'll give to the Swiss section?
Thanks for your question, Nathan. I think this is something that we'll definitely have to discuss with the current board and with the future NR, as the situation, as you said, is changing, and we have no idea if the EGM is going to take place in Sweden or anything. So this is still something that needs to be discussed with the NR, I would say. I don't know if we would have to redistribute all the spots that were already assigned. This I wouldn't know. But thanks for your question.
Thank you for your question, Nathan. Now, Lucas Schneb, ESN Switzerland, the floor is yours.
Hello, I'm Lucas Schneberger from ESN Switzerland. My question to Dana is about the role that you'd explained to be of the NL, sorry, to be like a transition between the international level and the local sections. So I saw like in your slide where there's this really nice pyramid, you explained that the national level members are like in international communities, and they are like the link between the international community, for example, the treasurer community and the local treasurer community, as they make the information transit. And my question was, how do you think the education international community will be implemented at the local level? Since there is no local education officer, how do you see the transition of educational information into the Swiss level?
Thank you for your question. It's a very good one, Luca. You're right, there are no education officers on the local level, and I think the ones that will have to play this role will be the presidents. Unfortunately, they always have a lot of work to do already, but I think since now with the new arrangement of the responsibilities in the NB, the VP will be in charge of managing the community of the presidents, and this way I think we can also assign this community to the education officer so that a better gestion of information coming from the international level and also from everything that comes to advocacy can be given to the presidents. And I also will be on this community, so we'll be at least 3 to help really the presidents manage with managing their local boards and section and advocacy.
Thank you, Luca, for your answer. Now we still have some questions. David DeSanto, national representative, the floor is yours.
Thank you for introducing me, so I don't have to. Dave Inner, ESN Switzerland, and thank you very much, Dana, for your presentation. It's great to see that you step up. Obviously, my question is
You were.
Okay, well, okay. First of all, thank you very much, Dana, for your candidacy. I still remember you, I would say a bit more than 3 semesters ago, when we actually have to decide if you were part of the local committee of ESN, yes or no. And that's great to see you that, I mean, a few months afterwards, you're applying for national presidents. So for the external side, I think most of your presentation was about the Swiss network, which is great. You have great ideas. I think but those ideas could be also tackled and handled by the vice president. So I suppose it's going to be like a common work together. But for the external part, of course, you want to improve the visibility. You want to also actually work on those 2 projects, the booklet and the recognition certificates. But actually, those are the 2 projects that were in my action plan that are kind of ended right now and kind of terminated. So do you have anything in mind, I mean, for the external representation, as I would say, project for yourself, something you want to develop, or like already something else you want to implement in terms of external advocacy? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Fabien. And yeah, it wasn't long ago, I wasn't part of ESN yet. But for when it comes to the projects that you were talking about, for me, yeah. So for me, one important thing to do when it comes to external representation is to keep this link between the local sections and the international level strong, now that there is no AGM anymore and after the ESN review. So to do that, other project that I was thinking about is having better kind of similar workshop management as Educate is doing, but more on a Swiss level, not on an international level. So forum people to do workshops, maybe that could be one project that would be interesting. And I don't know if it's exactly answer to your questions though, but basically, yeah, working also with a project manager to have a stronger implementation of the causes and the projects of ESN International Swiss Network.
Good, thanks.
Thank you, Fabien, for your question and Dana for your answer. We still have some people also on the speakers list. Valerie Burkhardt is up next.
Hi, Valerie, treasurer. Thank you, Dana, for your candidacy. I have a question actually about the internal organization more of ESN Switzerland. As we look now at the candidacy, there mostly French speaking, or like they're all French speaking, all very fluent in French, but the Swiss network is actually trilingual. How are you going to manage this? What are your plans for this?
Thank you for your question, Valerie. It was actually one of the ones coming up on the candidates blog, but I will try to summarize it here, my answer. So yes, it's true that in the last 2 years, there's been a very strong French presence in the national level. And I think that's just a phase, basically. Just having those many French-speaking person coming will bring more French-speaking person, and it's just a snowball effect. But what could improve this would be just to promote the network to German-speaking and Italian-speaking sections, and it just takes one person motivated enough to come and go back to his section and talk about the great events that other sections organize to bring more people, more motivated people. So I think that's the first solution. And the second solution is to ban French, of course, in all meetings that we do. That can't do. But yeah.
Thank you, Valerie, for your very relevant question, and Dana for your very concise and straight answer. So up next is Nino.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much, Dana. I'm super happy to see your application as president. I'm sure you're going to do a wonderful job. My question is, of course, education related. And you said in your candidacy that you want to fight for the interest and priorities of the outgoing students among national stakeholders, among other things. And one of the things that will be decided this year is Switzerland will make a decision if and when we would possibly join the Erasmus program again, the next follow-up program. Since right now we don't have any education officer candidacies, what role do you see for yourself as a president to advocate for Switzerland rejoining the Erasmus?
Thanks for your question. It's super relevant right now, actually. But yeah, so for me, the president plays this has its role to play a super important role in advocacy. And if there is no education officer, I would have to, of course, take up this role and advocate for this. Of course, it's not our position. Since we are in a political association, we can't directly advocate for it. But that's also helpful to have you at UNES to help us with that and defend the interest of the in and outgoing students. But yes, I would definitely take this role. I think there's a reaction from Luca.
Yes, Luca Schnapp, you have a reaction. You're put on the top of the speakers list.
Yeah, so I wanted to react to something Dana said in his answer. So Lucas Schneeberger, Education Officer at ESN Switzerland. You mentioned that we are an apolitical association and therefore we cannot advocate for Erasmus. I don't really agree with that, and that's also the current opinion of the NB. We are a political association, that is true. That means we cannot make political statements on topics that don't directly concern our exchange students. But the association to the Erasmus program is a topic of direct relevance for the existence of our association. So in those precise topics that have a direct impact on our lives as ESNers, we can have a position, even if in our stages we're not.
Thank you for your reaction, Luca. I just realized I wasn't super clear in my answer. Of course, we can have a position. What I meant by this is that, yeah, we can't just make a political statement and defend it politically. But that's what I meant by having UNES helping us out with this. But yeah, of course, we can have a position. It's definitely in the interest of in and outgoing students.
Okay, thank you, Luca, for your reaction. Up next is Tania Oliveira. You can go.
Hi guys, Tanya from ESN Switzerland. First of all, thank you very much, Nana, for your presentation. I'm super happy to see you applying for this position. My question is, I'm assuming that this Corona crisis is continue for some more weeks, and the NP3 also would have to be online. How are you planning on being approachable for the local level? Because these physical meetings are not happening. Like, how are you planning to be approachable and people can come to you and that you're also there for talking?
Thank you for your question, Tanya. Yes, the current situation is quite difficult for ESN as well. And all of our events are going to be cancelled. But I would like to congratulate the current NB for how they manage the situation, and I think we would follow on the line that they do. Just organizing this event is already great, and being able to seeing all those sections organizing online events, I think we could continue for a while like this, and we just have to adapt to the situation, of course. But for when it comes to being comfortable, we will continue to work. Of course, this won't stop us. In any case, we would have had to work remotely because most of us are not even in the same city. So for some of the work that we were planning to do with the other candidates and the current board, it would have had to be by remotely anyway. So that's it.
Thank you very much, Tanya, for your question and Donna for your answer. We still have one question left from Theo Witteville. The floor is yours.
Hi, this is probably better. Can you hear me? Okay, sorry. We have the computers next to each other. Theo Witchwill, former national president and current education community manager. I actually have two questions. Okay, so the first one is related to Lucas's question. Since there are no, well, first of all, congratulations on your application. Wonderful to see you there. First of all, since there are no local education officers in the sections, do you have a plan to push the importance and usefulness of advocacy and education in the local sections? And if so, how? Like, are you thinking of a national education community or to try and push them to add the position into their sections or something like that? Thank you.
Thank you, Theo, for your question. Actually, I was worried that you didn't have one yet. So that was the two questions, right? How to, I only answered one of them, but you can correct me afterwards. So how to push that in the local sections? I don't think it's a good idea to ask the local sections to put this pressure to have another position. They already have enough human resources problem. This is something that should be done by the president or vice president. We also thought about maybe the LRs could do it, but it's maybe not a good idea for now. I think the advocacy booklets that the current board has developed are a pretty good solution to this. And also we could think about workshops or how to work with IEROs and stakeholders. And just in general, which arguments we should help the presidents to know which arguments they should bring forward when they're advocating for ESN and for the interest of the exchange students. I think that was the two of your questions. Can you correct me?
Actually, that was just one. Sorry. Second one is quite fast. This is me wearing my education community manager's hat. Since you've changed, well, not you, the previous board changed the structure of some of the tasks of the presidents. I'm wondering, since you're no longer managing the local president's community, how do you envision the transition of information from the national president's community to the local one? Because you'll be in the national president's community, you'll be talking about education and board management, etc., but you will no longer be managing the local president's community. So I'm just wondering, how do you envision the transition of that information, especially since some of it is confidential and the vice president is supposed to be talking about this information? I know it's a bit of a tricky and technical one, but I just wonder also because you will still be in charge of education, but some of the stuff you will not be handling anymore.
Thank you a lot for the second question. It's a super good one and a tricky one. I would still be in the part of this community, although the VP would be managing it. But the way that I see it for now is that this is still something to also be discussed with the future VP. But the VP would be more in charge of helping out the president with all that comes to local level matters and help them out with the practical subjects. I would still be part of this community and, as you said, transmitting the information from the international presidents and education community and supporting them with all that what comes to education and advocacy. So that there would be more than one people really following this community, basically. And I think it's necessary because president is, of course, the position that has the most work also in the local sections. And this explains that more people should be on it and helping them out.
Okay, thank you, Theo, for your questions and Dana for your answers. That was the last question. I propose to close the speakers list. Anyone opposes that? No. So the speakers list is now closed. Thank you, Dana, for your presentation and for your answers, and all of you for your questions. We can now move on to the next candidate. Okay, so now onto the National Treasurer. The National Treasurer has to prepare the budget for their first NP. The National Treasurer has to do accounting, invoicing, grant applications, and ESN current orders, as well as optionally can do some fundraising. Up next is the National Treasurer candidate, Valerie Burkhardt, who is the current treasurer, National Treasurer. I'll leave the floor to Valerie right now.
Hello, guys. So, sorry. So, hi, fellow behind the screeners. I'm Valerie, for those who don't know. I'm currently National Treasurer of ESN Switzerland, and I'm lagging, great. No, I'm good. So who am I, for those, as I said, who don't know? I'm a student at EPFL in civil engineering, and I'm actually a fake croissant. That means my mother tongue is Swiss German, and I'm from Basel. So my ESN career until now, I'm from ESN Uni Lausanne. If you want to know more about why I'm at Uni, not at EPFL, blah, 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 come to my small session. I was Welcome Week coordinator and treasurer, and now I've been, for this mandate, national treasurer from ESN Switzerland. So why me? Again, I still have a lot of love, and I'm still motivated to work in the Swiss network and also be part of the BFC community. What are my plans? I have one of the plans, or one of the things that were really frustrating for me in the beginning, was that I did not know what to do when and what exactly I have to do and things like that, because you have inputs from everywhere, but at the transition, you get all the information at once really fast. You don't really have a task list. You don't really know, now you do that, now you do that, and so on. Is that a comment for me? Whatever. So this is one thing I really want to do, to have a smoother transition for every year, to know, to have like just a task list with what to do when. Then one thing, we had the implementation of the NEM for this year, for smooth organization for the events, which is working great. What for me is frustrating, and I think for some event manager, event treasurers, is that you don't really know where to talk to, where to go through for the event accounting, what they have to do to get the money from ESN Switzerland, and who to talk to. So I want to work with the next NEM to make this a bit smoother and a bit less frustrating. Just a step further in improvement of the already working really great NEM position. And then what I can offer is, of course, a continuity in the treasury. It would be a full accounting of me for a year from January to January, which is not happening really often. And I will, of course, continue with, for example, my regular updates and the other things. What I still have to improve or to continue working on is the audit. It would be ready for 2019. I just don't have auditors. So I kind of have to make it more attractive. I don't know. I'm not into whatever. Sorry. And then for the BFCH, we have to move really to the forum. And one thing is also to make the chat a bit more interactive with a bit more inputs, maybe from creative questions from local sections, and just to encourage them that I'm not scary, but that this, yeah. And then for the foundations, and in the last years and also in my mandate, this was not prioritized to do the workload of the daily work between me and the partnership managers to look for foundations. There's a base list, but that's about it. And what I would more, if working on it, was to have a more specific list, like for foundations or for project funds, you can apply for it for specific projects, so for specific events, not to have general foundations things. And that's about it. That's a me. So do you have questions? I actually, yeah, do you have questions? Sorry.
Thank you very much, Valerie, for your presentation. Now the floor is for the participants to ask questions. The speakers list is now open. If anyone has any question, please raise your hand. Okay, we're gonna start with David. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, Val. Nice to see you go for a second mandate. I'm not going to ask you about your VOC, but I want.
But I would be ready for this.
I love it. Just for the people that didn't get it, she wrote. She's continuing her walk of the first mandate instead of work. It's beautiful. Anyways, what's your vision on how to spend the money that we cannot spend in this semester, as we have the NP online, so we don't spend enough on the MP, etc., and we don't want a big surplus at the end of the year, because that means we have to pay taxes. How do you envision our spending for the next semester?
This is actually my main problem at the moment, which is a beautiful problem, I guess. So one of the things that I envisage is that some of the national events were moved, that maybe we can support them a bit more financially. Then also if members, local section members, are interested to go for an international event as like a starter, I don't know if that's still happening. I'm not informed enough. I'm sorry. To go for that we could support someone financially, and then to make I try to support the local section that have now problems, but as also not a lot of sections have problems right now. So I'm also hoping for some more inputs, but that's about it, to just spend as much as possible to the events, of course, and then to push the national level also to go to all the community weekends, and that's it.
Okay, thank you, David, for your question, and Valerie for your answer. We have a question now from Armand. Armand, the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Armand, World Sport. You mentioned event accounting throughout your presentation. Do you know if there is any flexibility in time that you could actually negotiate for the intersection grant to have it a little bit later throughout the semester than week 2?
I think, yeah, I think that's also an idea to have it a bit later. What we do now at the moment is to have it at the beginning to open for everything, and the things that don't get used to still have it for the later semester. But I realized that not every section, especially the small sections who could maybe have the use this support, have it in the beginning. So have the whole plan for the semester in the beginning, especially for late events. So yes, it could be a plan to have this more continuous and not everything in the beginning of the semester.
Okay, thank you, Alma, for your question. Anyone else?
Yes, I cannot raise my hand, but can I ask a question?
Yes.
Yeah, Sophie Girardin, chairing team. Since there's no candidate for partnership manager at the moment, would you be ready to take on some of the fundraising functions from the partnership manager if nobody applies?
I would be ready to do some of the work, but I probably won't have time to do all of this, the daily upkeep of the partnership manager. I would be ready to work on the foundations and the partnership manager, but I think we should find the solutions for the daily upkeep with the partners to have this, because I'm at some point I will have my limits time wise.
Okay. Thank you, Sophie, for your question. There is still a question from Nino Wilkins. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Super happy to see you applying for a second mandate. It's always a very good sign if people run for a second year in the national board. That means the year cannot have been too bad. The question is specifically for your second mandate. So as it currently stands, you will be the only person in the national board who has already national board experience. What does that mean for your role in the national board next year? Do you envision to take on a bit of a bigger role because of that? And do you have any concrete things that you would also like to maybe even improve over how the things were going this year?
As for me, a lot of things went really well. What you had this year is, of course, Dave, who took a role of the big council with every question about the national board first went to Dave. So I would be open to have more of a guiding role in terms of if they have questions, what happened already, what is working well, what was not working well this year, and maybe could be improved to help out there. But I'm also aware I don't have the front knowledge about all of it as Dave had, or Dave seemed to have. And so I'm really open to have a guiding role, but I'm not going to be the center point of everything for this. That answers your question.
Thank you, Nino, for your question. Anyone else? Okay. I propose to close the speakers list then. Anyone opposes? Okay, the speakers list is now closed. Thank you very much, Valerie, for your participation and your presentation. Now we can continue. Okay, now on to the National Vice President. National Vice President has the job of managing the board, taking care of the president's community, assisting the national president, that was mentioned a lot before during the presentation of Dana, international events, network care, and human resources, has to do some collaboration with the national event manager and the section manager being the new position that was created to alleviate, reduce the workload of the national vice president. And finally, the national vice president has to collaborate with the section manager to organize national platforms and community weekends. And up next is Serena Vianello Vigil, who is the national vice president candidate. The floor is yours now, Serena.
Thank you. Yes, I will try to share my screen. I hope you can hear me well. So, okay. So, hello everyone. I'm really happy to see so many people on Zoom, even if I would have preferred meeting in Geneva last month, of course. So here's my candidacy for vice president. For those who don't know me, I'm Serena. I'm 23 years old. I'm studying French language and literature in Geneva. I had the chance to experience 2 semesters abroad 3 years ago, one in Italy and one in Germany. I speak fluently French, Spanish, and Italian, and I learned German and English at school. I joined ESN in 2017 as an active member in ESN Genève, and I was also part of the OC for NP2 in Geneva. Then next year, I became event manager in the trip committee, and I participated to 2 NPs, and I got always more and more involved in the association this year as vice president of ESN Genève, of course, and participating to all the NPs and CVs, unless the one in Geneva last month. Why should you choose me as vice president? Maybe because I'm the only candidate, but that's not the only reason. I consider myself as a really organized and reliable person. I had the chance to learn a lot about leadership this year in ESN Genève as vice president and almost co-president with Nicolas. And I think I have now a good knowledge of the network. And of course, I share ESN values. In my general life, I'm a curious person and always motivated to face new challenges. My plans at the national level are first to keep on with the things that Alexandra and other people before her has done as vice president, for example, managing the board and the documentation, get involved in decisions at the national and international level. Even if I don't have experience at the international level, I'm aware of this. I would like to learn more about it. And then, of course, have a close collaboration between national board and board support during meetings, for example, and organize the content of NPs and CVs. What I would like to develop maybe more specific aspects are, as we already said, the redistribution of the roles with the president. As you know, VP's tasks have changed a bit this year. So for example, I will be in charge of the community of presidents, and I would like to have regular calls and also physical meetings if the situation changes, of course, and to help them with all the local issues that they could have. Then, of course, implement the new position of section manager, working together on the national events content as she or he will have the sections report. I think it will be very helpful for the content of NPs and TVs. And last but not least, I would like to increase the CV's potential, because since I participate to the first one in September, I really, really believe in the high potential of community weekends. I think it should be open for every board member and maybe have it more adapted and attractive for them, focusing, for example, on training and also team building aspects at the national level. So to conclude, I would be very happy to be in charge of the new tasks of the VP. I have a good capacity of adaptation and collaboration. And of course, as everyone, I suppose, I'll try to meet the expectations of the local sections as much as possible. And that was just to remind the council, the NP2 Cosmos in Geneva. So yes, I'm ready for the takeoff. Thank you for your attention. Sorry.
No worries, no worries.
I cannot go back to.
I can stop it, don't worry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Serena, for your presentation. Now the floor is for the participants to ask questions. The speakers list is now open. Please, if you have any questions, raise your hand. Annie. Okay, let's start with Armand. Armand, the floor is yours.
Hi, Armand Sport. Thank you, Serena, for your candidacy. 2 years ago, all the events management thingy, NP Community Weekend National Events, was managed by only one person, the VP. Then the coming year has been done by the VP and the NEM, and now it's going to be done by the VP, the NEM, and the section manager. How do you want to manage this kind of small community that is actually organizing all those events? And because you are going to be the one with the higher role in that, so.
Okay, thank you for your question, Armand. Yes, that's true. We will be 3 to organize these national events. So I think it can be a good thing because we will have different tasks, and maybe I could try to do a task list with every task for everyone, and not not that everyone does the same work, or that someone wants to take the task of everyone, so that it should be very clear. And I think a task list can be helpful.
Okay, thank you, Armand, for your question and Serena for your answer. There was another question. Annie, do you still want to ask your question?
There is a reaction from Alexandra.
Okay. Okay, all good.
No, okay, sorry.
All good. Okay, any other questions? Okay, Fabien, the floor is yours.
Yes, I do have a question. Thank you very much, Serena, for your very nice presentation. Can you put my camera on? So just a quick question regarding the president's meeting. I organized for the first time last semester a physical meeting in Bern, and we should have another meeting, a physical meeting this semester, basically today in Bern. I'm cancelled. How do you see the future of this physical meeting? Do you see it like a bigger or longer, or do you plan to maybe invite stakeholders like Movetia, or how do you see it? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Fabien. So I thought maybe that one physical meeting per semester is enough, because I know everyone has already a lot of meetings, of calls and everything. So I wouldn't like that it will be too much work for the president. And also I know that for those who are maybe not so close from each other, it's also a lot of travel. So yes, I would like to organize only one per semester physical meeting, and I would prefer the calls for all the other questions that the presidents could have. I don't know if it answers your question.
Quick follow-up about the event itself.
Yes.
Would you see it like
okay.
bigger, or well, yeah, to invite stakeholders to make it like a bigger event and not only like a 3 hours meeting?
Okay, yes, so for this, I would like to have a formal and informal part. So if it's possible to have also an activity to do together and not to have 3 hours of meeting, as you said, I would prefer. And I would like also to invite vice presidents to participate in case of a president is missing or cannot come. Maybe it could be a good way to keep the relation with the local section.
Good, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Fabien, for your question, and Serena for your answer. Alex has a question for you as well. The floor is yours now, or no? Okay.
So Alexandra, Vice President ESN Switzerland. I had a question for you about the international level of the Vice President community and the HR community. And I wanted to ask you if you plan to participate to the meeting, to the calls. For my side, I didn't have a lot of time to invest in this, and I wanted to know how it was on your side.
Okay, thank you for your question. Participating to the physical events or meetings, I'm not sure right now how I can manage it also with my studies and everything, also for my general life, but I will try at least to participate to one, because I would like to know more about this international level, as I said. But for the cause, I think I would like to participate, yes.
And also just wanted to thank you for your candidacy.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alex, for your question, and Serena for your answers. Is anyone willing to ask any questions? We still have some time. Nino, the floor is yours.
Nino, Advisory Council or old person. What have you discussed with Dana already about his idea regarding the wiki and these aspects which are more internal management oriented, and because it might also be a part of your role to actually implement these things, since you're going to be somewhat of the internal president, or at least the figurehead within the Swiss network, potentially as the vice president, as far as I've heard.
Okay, thank you, Nino. So no, we didn't discuss it with Dana, unfortunately. So we don't have for the moment a solution, or we didn't have a discussion about it. But yes, I'm aware that I would work on this documentation. How to say? So I would like to help with the wiki, of course, but we didn't discuss it. Sorry.
Maybe just to be clear, of course, you don't have to have everything ready yet.
Yeah, no, of course.
Congratulations for your application. It's going to be great, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nino, for your question, and Serena for your answer. I will now propose to close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? No. The speakers list is now closed. Thank you, Serena, for your presentation, and congratulations for your candidacy. We can now move on to the next candidate. Perfect. Now we move on to the national representative. The task of a national representative is to be able to have like an official communication channel between local and international level. The national representative has to participate in GAs, General Assemblies. The national representative has to prepare local sections for international events, such as the canceled AGM. And finally, the national representative has to do representation of the Swiss network on the international level. So the national representative candidate for the national level is Lucia Leoni. The floor is yours to present.
Thank you. No. Okay, is it good for everyone? Hello, I am Lucia Leoni, and I'm presenting my candidacy for national representative of ESN Switzerland for the 2020-2021 mandate. So who am I? I'm originally from Ticino. However, I grew up in the United States, in San Diego, so I am bilingual English and Italian. I've been studying in Fribourg for 5 years. I currently am finishing my master's degree in contemporary and modern history and English literature, and this is me doing some excavations this summer. My ESN experience starts off as being an active member for 1 semester in ESN Fribourg after doing a semester abroad in Paris. Then I quickly became, after 1 semester, vice president for a year, and I am currently president of ESN Fribourg for the 2019-2020 mandate, and I'm applying now for the national representative position. My experience includes 3 MPs. This is actually just my 3rd MP. I've been to 2 community weekends in September and in February. I went to WEP, to Western European Platform, in October, and I was supposed to go to AGM. So why should I become national representative? I have lots of motivation towards entering the national level. In fact, I feel like my time at the local level has finished, and I want to invest myself more. I've always been very interested in everything related in general to international relations. So I have lots of interest towards international topics in the ESN network, and that's really what I want to invest myself in. I feel like I have I have good debate skills. I can defend my opinion well, and I will try to defend ESN Switzerland's values, opinions in the international network as best as I can. My projects include maintaining the LR community. Obviously, I would like to try and implement an LR and a local representative in every section. And one of the things I would like to try to implement are physical meetings. Since there will not be 5 Council of National Representatives anymore, and there will be 2 General Assemblies, I think at least 1 or 2 physical meetings per year could really be beneficial to engage the network of LRs more in the discussions of everything related to international topics. Also, one of my projects would be to have a stronger collaboration with other ESN countries, especially countries with similar sized networks, so that we have a relatively similar way of working nationally. And we can relate on an international level and maybe also on topics by engaging in debates, inviting these countries to our events, so on and so forth. And these countries could be obviously Belgium, our buddy country, but also Austria, the UK, the Netherlands, and there are also other countries that come to mind. And obviously, one of the main things would be to better define the role of national representative in the network, since with the ESN review, the position has changed. It's no longer mandatory. So I will have to define the tasks of the national representative in close collaboration with the president, and also generally with the national board, within the national board. And yes, this is the end of my presentation. I'll end with this quote: "Ask not what ESN can do for you, but what you can do for ESN." And thank you for listening. Open for questions now.
Thank you, Lucia. Do you want me to stop the share?
I think, okay. No, okay. Thank you.
All good. Okay, so now the floor is for participants to ask questions. We're gonna open the speakers list now. You can now raise your hand to ask a question. Anyone? Okay. Annie, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I've heard that at the beginning you weren't sure whether you would be a vice president or national representative. And so why did you choose this one? And not
Did I say that?
I think one.
Well, maybe I phrased that wrong. I was saying that I was vice president of ESN Fribourg, but I don't think I said that I wanted to be vice president of the network.
Okay.
No, I mean, maybe someone can correct me, maybe with the minutes, maybe I said something wrong, but that's not what I wanted to say.
No, I had something in mind, like from.
Okay, I mean, maybe, yes, maybe like during the physical meeting of the national board, I was kind of, I was debating on which position to apply for, but in the end, with my interest in international topics, NR became the obvious choice. But there was a moment of confusion.
Okay, thank you, Adi, for your question. Now I'll leave the floor for Fabien.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Fabien and B. Thank you very much, Lucia, for that very nice presentation. I'm pretty sure you're going to be a great NR. So in the history of national representative of ESN Switzerland, they've been kind of very loud on the international level and very critic about what has been proposed from the international board, especially those past 2-3 years at least. I mean, former NRs are in the call. So how do you see your involvement at this international level? And if you have to fight because they're not necessarily going to the right direction, are you ready to, I would say, to fight and to be as involved as were the previous NR?
Thank you for your question, Fabien. Like I said, I usually, like even on a personal level, if I have an opinion, I tend to defend it very strongly. So I see myself doing this for ESN Switzerland on an international level too. I don't know if as strong as previous NRs, but I will try my best to defend ESN Switzerland on our opinions, our values, our engagement in the international level. I hope I responded.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabien, for your question. Nathan will now ask his question. The floor is yours.
Nathan Hamza, ESN EPFL. My question is, so you've been LR for this, you've positioned a little bit like LR and you followed that. What can we be expecting regarding the communication ways? Like, are you gonna keep a WhatsApp group or are you gonna make a Telegram group? What are your plans on that?
Well, I think that the obvious kind of transition would be moving everything to Telegram. So also the LR, the local representative community, would be moved with my mandate to Telegram. So that would be the main point of communication. Calls will still be used and done. And like I said, one of my main ideas is to have at least one physical meeting with LRs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nathan, for your question. Anyone else has any question? If not, Dave. Oh, no, okay, Fabien. Fabien, the floor is yours.
Sorry, Lucia, yes, and I was another one. So you mentioned that you wanted to maybe to create like a kind of CLR physical meeting. The thing is, for now, from a lack of HR, most of the sections, they do not necessarily have an LR. And I would say approximately half of the section, the job of the LR is carried out by the president. And if you're talking about the president, if you're already thinking about the NPs, the community weekend, maybe national events, plus AGM, web, plus I mean, it's already about like 10 weekends per year. And if now we had the president's meeting, physical one, how do you see the involvement of that community? And do you think that could be feasible and maybe not too much to have another event that we actually try to ask most of the presidents to join?
Well, one of my main goals, even though I know this is it's difficult, would be to find a separate person in every section that takes on the local representative role. Maybe in collaboration with vice presidents, and to basically make presidents and sections have also less tasks, because taking on the LR position as a president is always very time consuming. I know this is in an HR perspective, it's hard, but it's one of my main goals. Maybe also with the section care manager, this could be implemented. And also I was thinking that for the physical meetings, not necessarily like if the president is also the LR, maybe the president can find someone in the team who doesn't necessarily isn't necessarily a LR, who can go to these physical meetings, and maybe with that there would be a call before to prep these people before the physical meeting.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Fabien, for your question. Any more questions from the participants? If not, I'll leave the floor for David. You wanted to ask a question?
Questions. Thank you, Dave, NR Switzerland. I'm super happy to see you sitting there candidating for being my successor. First of all, similar question to Dana, that I had to Dana, sorry, Dana. How do you see the dynamics between you and the president, or the NR and the president, in the future at the GAs?
Well, I see the NR working as basically a counsel to the president. So the president has throughout the year lots of other tasks that aren't necessarily related to international topics, and instead the NR would be mainly focused on these topics. So the NR would be more prepared in a sense, or more up to date, and the NR would then help the president, work with the president, debate with the president on these topics during GAs, and yes, basically be the number one point of contacts for these in preparation of these topics.
Thank you. Then the second question of three. As Corona will probably go on, and that will probably lead to the cancellation of CNR May, the Council of National Representatives, meaning that you might never be able to go together with me, at least to CNR, before you become maybe the NR. That would mean that GA would be your very first international event on the international level where representatives meet. How do you want to how do you see yourself preparing yourself perfectly for this moment?
Well, I assume that maybe the CNRMA would be online, maybe. So maybe I could participate in that if it potentially becomes an online event. In preparing myself for that, for the GA, and not having been able to participate in international events of this kind, I haven't necessarily really thought about it. However, I think with a good transition with you, I could become up to date, on the topics. Obviously, I wouldn't get the chance to meet people physically. However, I'm up to, I don't know, doing calls with other NRs or other international communities to physically virtually meet people, but it's not something that I've really put thought into actually for now.
Good, thank you. I will set you up with some people. And then as third and last, Fabia already mentioned it a little bit, the position of ESN Switzerland on the international level is quite strong. It's being present and critical during the day and being present and fun during the night. This has been passed on by my ancestors to me, by Sophie, and it has been passed on to Sophie by her ancestors. How do you see yourself? How do you see being the picture of Switzerland, basically? How do you see the representation to go when you're having an NR position? What will the image of
what will the image of Switzerland be? I would like the image of Switzerland to continue to be very strong and present, and yeah, not being afraid in a sense to state our opinion and to defend our values, and also us not being part of the EU, not being part of the Erasmus program. All of these things will be taken into consideration, and yeah, so I hopefully will continue to bring the Swiss ideals to international topics.
Thank you very much. That's all. Thank you for stepping up. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave, for your several questions, and Lucia for your answers. Thank you very much for your presentation and candidacy. Okay, so we've been through most of the first candidates. We've been through all the presentations of the first round of candidates. So now it's time for coffee break. We're right on time. It's amazing. So please be back at 11:20, and we'll be able to continue with the second round of candidate presentations. back, everyone. Let's start. Actually, I'm just gonna do something real quick. I'm just gonna ask you to all unmute yourself if you're here, just to see who's here. Okay, so still some people are missing. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna start and then people will just join in afterwards. Okay.
That's not really respectful for them. Sorry.
I mean, we're supposed to start at 11:20. Please mute yourself back and let's start. So we're gonna start with the second round of candidate presentation for the national level. And we're gonna start with the national event manager. The national event manager has to organize the national platforms in collaboration with the chairing team and the organizing committee. Then the event manager has also the responsibility of doing and co-organizing national and intersectional events, collaboration with the respective organizing committee. And the national event manager has also the responsibility of doing some promotion and visibility through the national events, and also of doing the ESN Switzerland calendar. So for the national event manager candidacy, we have Anne-Laure Charrière, who's actually more known as Annie. Annie, the floor is yours. And I will stop the sharing now. Annie, you can share your screen.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Yes. Uncheck, utiliser le mode présentateur. Oh, no, it's all right. So, okay.
Great. So, hi everyone, thank you for having me today. So today I'm candidating for National Events Manager, the NEM position. And yeah, my full name is Anne-Laure Charrière, but nobody knows me as that. So you can still call me Annie even if you vote for me this afternoon. So who am I? Pretty serious over there. So I've been in ESN for 3 years now. And originally I joined ESN University of Lausanne because I was studying there back then. And then I've also joined ESN EPFL. So I am in both committees right now as a more or less active member. For now, I'm studying in Geneva, and I also live in Geneva, nearby in the countryside, and I'm studying international relations. And for the language I speak, French is my mother tongue, English I do speak a bit. I do understand some German, I do speak some German, and I understand a bit of Swiss German, of some Swiss German. I'm also learning Arabic and Spanish, but this is a bit less relevant for the NEM position. So what's the NEM? As Jas told you, it's mainly about organizing events for the network. So it's about 10 events per year, so 5 per semester, 3 NP, 2 community weekends, and also the national events. So not really organizing for those, but doing the coordination, finding an OC if needed, or just being there, giving advice, that kind of work. So National Erasmus Game, Titanic, and for now the Lucien weekend. Maybe after this afternoon it won't be Lucien anymore, but the train ready. I will see that. About my experience, because as I told you, it's about organizing events. So I've been part of a few organizing committee in Lausanne and also at the national level, and I did a lot some events management. So firstly, I was when I was in ESN Uni Lausanne, I was the events manager for 3 semesters in a row, which was about 30 events in total. And back then, we didn't have any organizing committee for the weekend or the events we would do. So it was only my co-manager and me doing that. So a few experience there. Also, I've been part of 5 organizing committee for the Welcome Weeks in Lausanne as well. I've been once FOC for the NP2 in Lausanne, and back 3 years ago when I was a newbie, I was also in the OC of CND Lausanne. So all of those different experience gave me a background, which I think give me some tools to be an M. So just a reminder of what's an NP when it's not online all together on the same picture, really nice. So what about my project? I've written 3 of them, but mainly it's the last one I want to implement, and the 2 first are more part of the 3rd. So it's random and NM position. This position is quite new. We've only had 1 mandate from Armand last year. Before that, it was part of the VP job to organize the national events and to manage that. And now the position is split in 2. So to have a really strong position for the next NM candidates, it would be mainly doing guidelines, writing guidelines, additionally to those who are already in place, and also strengthen the community of the events manager. Encouraging intersection events. This is something I already tried to do a bit, especially with the Ticino weekend. Some of you national events manager have heard of. So we try to have more people motivated to join them, and also my aim with that is to give people from the section the feeling that we can help. I mean, people from other section can help, maybe with communication tools as well as national level, or with staffs, or with ideas, just that kind of stuff. So have a kind of a platform to discuss a bit more than now. And the last point, I'll be quite quick, informal events for the World Network, so the World Swiss Network, it won't be the same as the community weekend, because it will be not related to ESN, like just a ski weekend. Why that? Because I also want to reach people that won't attend a community weekend, people that won't attend NP, they won't attend the AGM, and they maybe won't even attend your weekly or monthly meetings. The kind of people who are in ESN, but they don't really know what it is, and they don't really do stuff. And my idea would be to do, like a ski weekend or chalet weekend or just a hike all together. I mean, not 300, but few people from the World Network together, just so that these ESNers can have a taste of what ESN is like, and maybe will get them interested to be more engaged in ESN, more involved in ESN. And also, I got point. How to achieve that really quick. So this spring was supposed to be transition time, so I was supposed to organize real life events. It won't happen, but I'll try to implement some online events to have a taste of what it is to work for the neighborhood. Here we are. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Andy, for your presentation. Please now stop the screen sharing. I can do it from my side. So. Okay, all good. So thank you for your presentation. The floor is now for participants to ask questions. The speakers list is now open. Please raise your hand if you have any questions. We already have Nathan. Any more questions? Theo? Okay. Okay. Then I'll place myself as the 3rd one on the speakers list. Sorry. Okay, so Nathan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nathan, ESN, EPFL. My question is, as Armand was before the national event manager and he was part of ESN EPFL. He had the possibility to actually organize himself the national events. What would be your position, and in what role would you give yourself in for those events, like ESN, like the trip to Lucerne, or those kinds of events where we need some EPFL students to organize it with the funds?
Thank you for your question. So firstly, it depends, I think, of the time I have for each event, time of the year it would be. I'm open to organize part of the events myself. I think I can handle it, but my plan would be to involve the more listeners again from local sections. So I would be really enjoying creating some intersection OC to give the possibility to members from section to be part of not a bigger OC, but something different from the local level work. And although I'm still a bit involved with ESN, EPFL, and ESN Union, so I think I have the same possibilities as Armand did to work with local members, if I don't find anyone from the network.
Okay, thank you, Annie, for your answer, and Nathan for your question. Now the floor is for Matteo. You can unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, Matteo, board support. For like project manager, I just was wondering, as the events that were like as well organized on a national level often would be kind of important as well to share causes, or like to present causes to the sections. Are you considering, or will you be considering, the causes of ESN in national events, other than just like responsible party as well?
Yeah, for sure. This is something that I always had in mind, let's say, even since I joined ESN, because I was first more interested in the, let's say, international or national level than in the local one. So more interested in the LR position, for example, than in bodies. It changed a bit, but I'm really interested in our project and causes. I think the one I would implement the most would be about health, because this is what I can directly act on during events, I think. Also durability, but first, yeah. What I was thinking to do would be to encourage, or to try to set up something to give a little education on members about security, about first aid. So at a national level, when they come to one of, for example, those informal events, so that I can take back those knowledge back to their section. That would be an idea. Otherwise, yeah, the sustainability would be something that I would encourage and try to implement as well, as Lausanne did for the last NP. For example, it was a great effort, and it's not that difficult to put in place. So I think those 2 points I'll try to work on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matteo, for your question, and Annie for your answer. Okay, so I put myself as third one on the speakers list. So Yasser Haddad, chairing team, but also ESN EPFL. My question to you is, the Swiss Train Rally is now going to become a national event. So what are your ideas to scale it up, expand the event? Because the Swiss Train Rally has had its huge success over the years. So people have been asking if the Swiss Train Rally can be expanded over 2 days or whatever. So what are your ideas?
Thank you for your question. Obviously, I'm a huge fan of weekends. So yes, that would be something I would love to work on. Just for example, yeah, to have a meeting point like we already do for the party on the first night, and doing even more than a party. Yes, I mean, sleeping in the city, maybe a visit, like a common visit with all the section, or just more than just a picture, and then yeah, going on with the rally. It would be really great if we can do that.
Great, thank you. Now the floor is for Armand. Armand, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, Armand, board support. Thank you so much, Annie, for your candidacy. Very happy to work with you. So as Valerie mentioned, again, event accounting is a real challenge for the big intersection events that doesn't have a clear frame about how to manage that. How do you see this event accounting if like the section organizing it cannot actually pay for everything in advance?
So I'm not aware of every details of the funds of ESN for now. I mean, when we have, if we could have the money in advance to pay for the section, I'm not really sure about that. But I've already been in contact with Valerie, who asked me, yeah, if we could work a bit closer together if I was to be elected. So I think for sure this is one of the first things I have to do before beginning with any kind of event, to be sure that finishing report would be okay. And also she was my treasurer when I was in my local board, so we've already been working together quite a lot. So I think it would be not easy, but manageable to have a system which works for both of us.
Okay, thank you, Armand, for your question. And now the floor is for Luca. Again, unmute yourself.
Hello, guys. Lucas, ESN CH. My question is actually somewhat related to Mateo's question. Annie, you said you're in favor to implement ESN projects in the national events, such as sustainability, and I'm really in favor of that as well. So congrats. However, there's a practice in other countries and at the international level to have event policy papers that like formalize how some event should be organized somehow. So that could be a way, that could be a tool for you to say, okay, that event has to include that thing has to comply with certain sustainability criteria. So are you in favor of formalizing the organization of national events through event policy papers? And if yes, would you agree to be in charge of doing it?
Thank you for your question. So it's a yes and no. Because it's always really difficult to implement. I mean, to decide to put more control over organizing events, because the listeners who organize the events don't have the same means. So we can't say that every section has to do an NP the same way. I mean, there's some guidelines, but we can't go too far. So yes, I am in favor to do more for sustainability, but we have to really think about how we can do that, and we can write that down. So there's already some guidelines for the NP, for example, and we don't have anything yet about sustainability, right? I think we could do something, but this has to be discussed with the board, I think, because this is really a huge decision. I mean, this isn't a decision I would take on my own, and also it would be really great to have the opinion of all of the sections, so that they could talk about the means, and so that we are sure that we won't exclude someone to be an OC or to be organizing an event because they don't have the means.
Okay, thank you, Lucas, for your question. Very relevant. And thank you, Annie, for your answer. Are there any more questions? Because I'm going to propose to close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? Okay, nobody opposes. The speakers list is now closed. Thank you, Annie, for your presentation and for your candidacy. We can now move on to the next candidate. Okay, the next candidate or position is the National Section Manager. As previously mentioned, the National Section Manager is a new position that is there to reduce the workload of the Vice President, but also improve several aspects of the Vice President's work by putting a position on its own. So what is exactly the task? What are exactly the tasks of the National Section Manager? The National Section Manager has to take care of the section's well-being, has to do section reports and section visits, and has to be collaborating with the VP to organize national platforms and the community weekends. So I'm going to leave the floor for the National Section Manager candidate, Alexandra Scheller, who is the current Vice President. Alex, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me? I guess so. I hope so, at least. So now it's my turn to present myself and my candidacy. So that's me, and I'm presenting as section manager. So here, some word about me. So I started first in Fribourg as active member and as event manager. Then I was elected as president, and last summer I was elected, as vice president. And now the question is, will I be the next new section manager? So I just want to explain a bit the situation, how it was as vice president in the network. So as you can see, there is a lot of work to do with the NPs. I should do a lot of section care, section well-being, organize also the committee weekend. This was an addition to the task of the VP for this mandate, and also taking care of the VP community, who also was that was also added to the tasks. So in fact, how you can see it, it's not exactly like this. The section well-being is really put in the background. There is not a lot of time left to take care of this, because NPs and committee weekend already take a lot of time, because you have committee weekend, NP, committee weekend, NP, NP, and then at the end I also need to study for my exam. So yeah, as you can see, there is nothing more than the buddy system that is done, which in fact is not working very well with some section. It's very great. We could see a good collaboration, good communication. With others, it's a bit more complicated, also because the situation in their section is complicated, but also because the national members don't really have the time to do a lot of work, because it's also an addition to their own work. And we really cannot forget that if people say we want to do the national buddy system, it's okay, but they also have to know that this is an addition to their own task as a national board or board support. So the solution would be to have a person more, so the section manager in the board, who is going to take care of the section like well-being. And as you can also see, and we already said it, the vice president will also have some additional tasks that I didn't have as vice president, as taking care of the president community and the board management. And you can definitely see that if we add these two tasks, that in the end, the vice president will have even less time to take care of the section. So that's why the national board decided to add this position. And that's why I'm also running for this position, because I already know how it is in the section, and I really want to invest my time more to support them and help the section that are in need. And as a situation in Switzerland in Switzerland we have a lot of small section. I think it's also important to have somebody there to support them and being able to answer their question if they have, and also other question than the committee question related. And so here I my three objectives for this mandate. So first one would be to visit the section and the section that are in need of it. If they need me, for example, also to be there to speak with the IRO or stuff like that. The second objective would be to implement the stability and quality report. Already worked on it during the summer, but in fact I was not able to implement it, didn't have the time to. So it's one of my main objectives to do that in order to write the section report. And in the end, to do a good collaboration with the VP in order to organize NPs and committee weekend so that they are that they follow the needs of the section. So thank you for your attention, and I hope you will vote for me.
Okay, thank you, Alex, for your presentation. Now the floor is for the participants to ask questions. The speakers list is now open. Please raise your hands if you have any questions. We already have 2 people on the speakers list. So oh, shit, okay. So we start with Nathan. The floor is yours.
Nathan, ESN PFL. So my question is simply, in those sections, who would you contact? Would you contact the president, vice president, LR?
Thank you for your question. It's a very good one. I think first I would try to start with the vice president. I'm also now as vice president taking care of the community. And as next mandate, it will be Serena, the vice, if she's elected, Serena who will take care of the president community, and then there is nobody left to take care of the vice president. So to come to your question, I think it's good that we continue to work on this community and that we develop these 2, and that, for example, that we try to reach them, and to try to reach the section like this, because the vice president is normally the person taking care of the HR and the section care in their own section. So I guess it could be a good solution.
Thank you, Nathan, for your question. Now it's Dana's turn. The floor is yours.
Yep. Thanks for your candidacy, Alex, for this brand new position. We still have to see what it is. But I would like you to imagine the case of you being the section manager and having a section that is very active, that organizes events that goes pretty good, but it's just not active on the network. That doesn't come to NP, to CVs, or whatever. What would you do in this case? And take in the second case that you can't have a good contact with, let's say, the president. It's not very approachable. What would you do in this case?
Thank you for your question. It's a very interesting one. I think what should be done is that as section manager, I also try to go there and represent myself and the national level, saying that, oh, in fact, we exist. And also, for example, going to their meetings or having a call with with them, not only with the president, in order to catch everybody. For example, as vice president, I did that with APFN and UNIL, as I joined the Intercom weekend, also to present what was the the national level. Sorry. So I think it's really good also to be present there, physically, if it's possible. And then it's maybe not them joining us, but us joining them. And then in the end, maybe they will also be motivated to join the national level and be involved nationally.
Okay, thank you for your question, Dana. On to the next question. Armand, the floor is yours.
Hello, Armand, Board Support. Thank you, Alex, for this candidacy. As you will experience, as I did last year, a new role is a lot of flexibility because no one really knows what is actually your task, and you're actually the one in control of that. So what would be your limit in terms of organizing those agendas for NPs and community weekend with Serena? Because we know that you're going to bring all those knowledge out of your previous mandate, and Serena is quite new. So where would be your limit in terms of like making this agenda, and what would you let Serena do? What would you actually do?
So for my side, I think it's really a collaboration between us, and that we need to discuss how much we want to invest ourselves in the organization. But I think what would be possible to imagine is that, for example, the time allocated for workshops are like also a discussion between us, so that she tried to organize the agenda like the official way, and then I give only input for the workshops, as it's where the participant will get knowledge. And but then we will have to collaborate together, like first for transition, so I will still have something to say, I guess. And but that's, yeah, I think that's really, we really need to discuss this and see how we want to manage this together. And she also has the right to say, oh, stop, that's too much.
Okay, thank you, Armand, for your question. Next one is Luca. The floor is yours.
Hey, Lucas, ESN Switzerland. So my question is related to the splitting into the former vice president tasks. Since you are helping organizing the NPs with the OC, and we have also the NAM, and we have the vice president. Aren't you afraid to have too many contact points for the OCs for organizing the NPs?
I'm not sure I understand your question, as I'm not going to organize the NPs. In fact, it will still be the NEM and the vice president. I will just be there to help them, for example, to adapt the workshop session, the small session, according to the needs of the section.
So how are you going to make clear, like, what is your role in helping organizing the NPs with respect to the NEM roles?
So I think this was exactly the question of Armand, if I'm not wrong. But as I said, it will be a discussion between the NEM and the vice president to see how we want to split the task. And yeah, also that we have a good communication and say, you can go until there and not there. And yeah, just
my question was more related to the disambiguation for the sections, not like in between you and Armand, but like, how do you make clear towards the section who's in charge of what?
I still don't understand your question, sorry.
So if I can rephrase it, I'll try one last time, then we can move on. No, my question was like, more like making an opportunity right now to tell the sections, yeah, so for the NP, you have to contact the section manager for these aspects, and you have to contact the NEM for those aspects.
So in fact, as a section manager, I will more be there, like, for example, for all the questions that are not related to any community, or also to any task. For example, for the NPs, that will be to the NEM. For, I don't know, for if a president have a question about how to advocate to their IRO, it would be more for the vice president, who is taking care of the president community. And I really think that we need to make clear with the section that I will be like the info point if they don't know where to ask, and if they don't find a document or anything, they just can come to me anytime to ask and find what they are looking for. Is that the better answer?
That was exactly my question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for your question, Lucas. Glad that the point was passed. And next up is Liliana. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Oh, I have a picture in the background, which I maybe should remove. I'll do something else. Okay. Liliana is in Lucerne. Hello, everyone, and hello, Alex. I was just wondering what you really mean by section visit. Can you specify what you understand of it? I mean, how often would this visit be? I mean, we have 16 sections. Would you visit them physically? Would you go there once? I mean, per year, per mandate, or how often are you planning on this? And because of time management. And another question would be if your position would replace the body task of the national board members. So would there be any more bodies, or would you take that position? Thank you for answering.
Thank you very much for your question. So for the visits, I really want to give first the possibility to the section that are really in need, that want to meet me, or that, for example, have specific question, or that they want me to meet their section, for example, the member section, because they are maybe not motivated enough and they just want to have somebody else. So to see that there is not only the local level, but also the national level. So this will be also discussed with the section if they need me, if they want me to come, and also in order to know how, to whom I really need to come. For example, if a section is really going very well, I maybe don't need to go there, or maybe I have a lot of contact with Fribourg, I maybe don't need to go every week there also. So it's really also a discussion with them, and I'm very flexible about that. For next semester, I will also have the GA. So it will not be a problem for me to go anywhere in Switzerland and visit a section. And for sure, we can also make a call for the section that are just want some information or anything. For your second question, I think it was about the buddy system, right?
I mean, now every section has a body from which is somebody from the national board. So that would be your position then. Would you be the body for all sections?
So as I said during my presentation, for now we have the buddy system, which is working only half time, because with some section, I know with you, for example, it's working very well, but with some other, we don't have a lot of contact, or the communication is a bit hard, or stuff like that. Also, some other members of the national board had to take care of some sections, so it was some addition of time that they needed to invest. For example, Fabien and Valérie did a great job with St. Gallen, and I think that if we have somebody taking care of this, it would clearly replace the buddy system, as it will be only my task and not, for example, that somebody has to do something in addition to their own task, because everybody already have a lot to do in their mandate.
Okay, all good. Next up is Fabien. Fabien, the floor is
Hello. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Alex, for your candidacy. Actually, I have maybe one reaction and maybe one question. So the reaction is related to what Armand and Schneeb brought up. So basically, the communication flow for the NPs, because I mean, 2 years ago we had Beauty. She was the only point of contact for managing the city and the OC, so it was pretty easy because we had just one person to coordinate the whole thing. Now we introduce the NAM, and now you also want to be involved into this. So we're gonna end up with those 3 people coordinating city and OC in the same time. So we experienced some, I would say, some minor difficulties this semester with in terms of communication flow between city, OC, and the board, meaning adding an extra person will, to my point of view, make the thing even harder. But I mean, it's fine. It's just a challenge that you are ready to tackle, I'm pretty sure. But just saying that it's going to be very, very important to very split very nicely the task, and then everyone knows what to do already, enjoy. And just my question is, yes, sorry.
Can I react to that?
Yeah, yes.
Just wanted to say that, in fact, I will not be in this group taking care of everything. I will just be in contact in fact, with Serena, who then will be in contact with the city. So in fact, I will not be an addition to all this communication, but I will talk with Serena, and Serena then will bring my input to the city, and then they will talk together. So I'm not sure it will be this difficult, but I can imagine that the question is also raised. And I think Serena has a reaction.
Yes, Sarah,
Yes.
you can put on the top of the speakers list. You can.
Serena Vianello, yes, in Geneva. I also wanted to react to what Fabien said and also Armand and Luca. I think a bit like Alex that maybe she will not be someone the sections are talking to, but I mean, for the moment it's only a solution, but maybe not the one we will have during the whole mandate. But I could be, for example, the info person for the city and the OC and the sections, the local sections. And then I can go ask Annie or Alex or someone else from the NB to have good answers for the local sections. But only have one contact point in the NB.
Great. Thank you very much for your remark. So yeah, my original question is, BT 2 years ago implemented a dashboard, which to be honest was not super successful, but we tried to establish again this year, but we kinda all gave up at some point. So how do you see the future of this? Specifically because it was also one of the Dana main objectives. It's basically to have one centralized place where to gather all the information from the section. So how do you plan to, do you plan to, what kind of future do you see for the dashboard? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So I also wanted to speak about the dashboard in my board update, but as we don't have it here at the NP, you will see it on the video that we are going to post. But yes, the dashboard, I tried to implement this semester, no, like last semester, and we talk a lot about it during the community weekend. And after the community weekend, I tried to really get in touch with every section to have them all on it. And in the end, I guess we didn't even have every section on it and who were able to do modification and stuff like that. So it was never really updated. Some section were very great with it. And for example, Geneva did everything. And I think we really need to think about which is the best solution to get in touch with the section. As we already have the forum, I think it can also be in this direction because the forum is already a big database where everything can be found easily. So maybe to see if this is a good tool that is also that the section will use. But in any case, we need also to think about it with the board to find a solution because like the wiki is also not used. The forum, we don't really know if it's used or not enough. Telegram is more and more used. So yeah, I guess it will also be adapted like in the discussion with the members. I don't know if this answers your
That's great.
question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Fabien, for your question and Alex for your answers. I will propose to close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? Oh, okay. Is that okay? So Nino opposes the closing the speakers list. Do you want to speak?
No, I just want to make sure that Serena can get her reaction and if she still has one.
Oh no, she already.
Okay, all good, sorry.
Okay, so I propose again the closing of the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? Okay, all good. The speakers list is now closed. We can move on onto the next candidate. Thank you very much, Alex, for your presentation and your candidacy. And yeah, so let's move on. Okay. Yes. So the next position is the web project administrator. So the task of a web project administrator is taking care of the ESN satellite, to manage the mailboxes and accounts, to update the wiki, develop the web project administrator community, and to maintain the forum. So the web project administrator candidate is the current web project national web project administrator, Nicolas Beauvais. Nicolas Beauvais, the floor is yours.
So yeah, good morning, everyone. So it's my turn to present my candidacy. I will. So, okay. Okay, now we're good. So, hi everyone. Yes, my name is Nicolas. I'm 23 years old. I come from Fribourg, where I study computer science. I'm interested in general for the IT task and programming. That's among other things why I'm sitting here. And I like help people and learn what the few things that I know. So me and ESN, you may know that I am the current national webmaster, so I propose myself to take over my own position. I arrived in the board relatively late since I was elected to the NP1 only. And moreover, the world of ESN was very new for me. And these things put together made me take some time to be able to consider new projects. And that's why a second mandate would be a great opportunity to me to carry out this project while being even more familiar with ESN and my webmaster tools. So first, let's see the project I would like to carry out from the actual mandate. The first one is the digitalization of the ESN guide to stop printing it and make it available in PDF format. We are now on it together with Sophia. And the second thing we made together is redesigning the national website. That normally will be done in the next few weeks. Yes, and the second great big project is to develop a plan for future without costs, because now we depend on them, on costs, for all the world server side, from the mailboxes to all the ESN websites. And it would be safer for us to have a server system without costs, so to have our own server system. But such a transition requires a lot of investment, and I don't know if I will be able to complete it myself. But however, I want at least start thinking about it, and to make it easier for my successor. And the new projects for this mandate, during these 5 months, I had the opportunity to perceive and the need of the local section on the IT side and what need to be improved. And the main point is, of course, the training of the local webmaster, because I realized the local webmaster, when there is one, are not familiar at all with the management tools of their site. So my main goal in this mandate is to create an intuitive and concise guide that will be made available for all the local webmasters. It will be a way to learn by yourself and then ask specific questions for the national webmaster. And a second point I want to work on is to continue to improve the forum so that it can be used instead of Facebook for the transmission of information in the overall idea of centralizing all the information. And for that, I will listen to the demands and to the board concerning the point I must change in the ergonomic side, for example. And the goal is to make the forum as pleasant to use as possible so that people get used to using it. Plus of all of this, I will, of course, continue to do all the IT support and coach the local webmaster via call when needed. So I think it's all for me. That's it for me. Thank you for listening, and I'm here for questions.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Nicolas. I'll stop your sharing. Okay. The floor is for the participants now to ask any questions. Raise your hands if you have any question. Okay. If nobody wants to go, I'll go. So Yasser Haddad, chairing team, but also ESN EPFL. I had a question regarding how you want to work with Dana if he's elected and you're elected. Dana mentioned implementing a new wiki on the national level to allow a better knowledge transfer. And do you already have plans regarding that? Do you have any ideas?
For sure, that's something, that's a thing that I must consider if this is a wish from the next president. But from my side, by now I don't look how make a better wiki but that's surely something that I can do. Yes, yeah, completely.
Okay, thank you. Lucia, the floor is yours.
We can't hear you properly, Lucia.
Your connection is not really great.
You can write, you can write your question in the chat, and then Yas will read it out loud.
Any questions in the meantime? Okay, so we'll wait a bit. Okay, so Lucia's question is how to reach sections that don't have a webmaster, but still would like to update their websites, for example.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. That's really something that I must think, but one possibility is simply that the president update the website, but that can be make a lot of work. But if this is a small section, or this is update that are not too often, I can certainly do it myself. But the goal is to find a webmaster. This is the objective. But in the time that there is not, I can do this the small updates by myself, I think, and teach the president on the webmaster tools also, if he wants.
Okay, thank you very much, Lucia, for your question, and Nicola for your answer. Now the floor is for Dana.
Yeah, thanks a lot for your presentation, Nico. I just had two small questions. The first one is related to the forum. So it's been developed in the last year a lot, since say at the beginning it was very rudimentary. But what do you see as improvements that can still be made to it, and do you plan to work on its implementation? And the second question is with respect to satellites, the platform on which we have our websites for every section. Sometimes it's very complicated for webmasters to get around it. And when they start working with it, they don't really understand how it's structured. Do you have any idea of how you could help them with that?
Thank you, Dana, for your questions. The problem is for the forum that I have I have some limits since I not developed the CMS with the forum is made. So I can just adapt some small things. I can do a lot of things in the ergonomic side, but I can I know, for example, that the implement new function with the for the group would be certainly something that would be great, but for now I'm stuck because there is some limit on the since we use a CMS and we don't develop all by ourselves, so by myself. But this is something that I can work on and continue to see what are the possibility that I have in my hand. Yes, and for satellite, what do you mean exactly by this is not easy to? I'm not sure that I very understand your question with satellite.
So at least for me, for myself, when I saw in my section, our webmaster, when he was given this tool at the beginning, so creating pages and everything is easy, but when you want to have more advanced features, for example, having forums and everything for the events, is not always easy.
Yeah, so this is the goal of my guide project. In my guide, I will teach all the basic things, like you say, add a page, modify a page, but also the more advanced things that can be useful. This is also the goal of my guide project.
Okay. Thank you, Nicolas, for your answer, and Dana for your question. Does anyone else have any questions? Please raise your hand. Okay, no more questions. I will propose to close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? Okay, so the speakers list is now closed. Thank you very much, Nicolas, for your presentation and your candidacy. Now, I will share my screen again. One sec. Okay. Okay, sorry, I was on the wrong slide. So following those candidate presentations, I just wanted to mention that there are some open positions and you can still apply until NP3. So namely the positions that are still available are National Education Officer, National Communication Manager, National Partnership Manager, and National Project Manager. I just wanted to thank all the candidates before moving on. They have presented themselves in a very difficult time. In Corona times, it's not easy. So thank you very much for taking the time to prepare yourselves for an online video conference. And yeah, so let's move on. And now we're gonna do a picture. We're gonna adapt the picture time that we do usually at the physical NP to an online NP. Well, it's not gonna be the same, obviously, but we're gonna try to make it as best as we can. So basically how this is gonna work, I'm just gonna quit the share screen. David is gonna take a screenshot of us in gallery view. So take your best position, let the dancer come out of you, let the inner, I don't know, Buju come out. So just like be fabulous for a second and then we can all go to lunch. So let's go. Wait, I'm just gonna make sure that David is actually doing it. Okay. 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 Is that all good? Perfect. Perfect. Thank you, guys. David. Okay. I'm just gonna go back real quick to the presentation. So now it's lunchtime. You have to be back at 1:25. Yeah, please be on time because we have still some things to discuss. So yeah, have fun and bon appétit.
happened since the COVID situation thing. Now, if the NP3 happen to be online as well, then would mean that the network will not meet from basically January till community weekend 1, meaning September. Do you envision to organize such an event maybe once the COVID situation is done, meaning, I don't know, early July or something like this? But I do feel, I mean, just something informal, not even talking about the event, but I do feel, because also we lost Titanic, it would be such an amazing initiative to be all remunerated around like barbecue.
So your question is whether I plan to organize something at the end of the corona situation, right?
Yeah, exactly. Something informal for the network.
Yeah, totally working on it, actually. So I don't know when, so this is a bit complicated to have like concrete plans, but yeah, that's something I would do.
Awesome, thanks.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Fabien, for your question. Okay, does anyone else have any additional questions for the candidates? Okay, I guess not. So I propose to close the speakers list and to move on to something else. We have so much time to spare, so it's nice. Okay, nobody. So the speakers list is officially closed. We're gonna move to another topic. Well, not other topic, it's the same topic. Yeah. Okay, so now onto the advisory council recommendations. So for those of you who don't know what the advisory council is, it's a body that is here to give recommendations to the NB. It's mainly composed of people who have been around ESN for a long time, so they can be here as a consultant. They're here to help the NB in matters, and one of their roles is to propose the number of national board members. So I'm gonna leave the floor for the advisory council to speak. Please.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, so basically just a quick explanation. So we have a pretty complicated voting procedure where we first decide how many places we open for the board, and then we put the people, and then this amount of people can be filled. So if we say there are 6 spots in the board, we can elect up to 6 national board members. Now, in this case, we have the specific situation where we have 7 candidates for 11 positions on the national level. And now the idea would be how many of these, in general, would be how many of the 11 people would be in the board. But now we only have 7 people. Out of the 7 people, we have 4 that are actually candidating for the board, and the other 3 don't seem interested or have the time to be in the board. However, there is a possibility that one of the additional 4 positions that might be filled would be interested in going into the national board at NP3. As a reminder, it could be the project manager, it could be the partnership manager, it could be the education officer, or it could be the communication manager. And so the situation that we would currently suggest is that we would say that the best number for people in the board would be 5 right now, meaning that there are 4 people that could be elected at this NP, and then we would have 1 position that stays open and stays vacant until the next NP, in the hope that somebody else would actually be motivated to become a national board member. This could potentially be somebody that is currently board support and then has for some reason more time or more motivation to join the national board. This could be a person that applies as one of the 4 open positions and decides to be in the national board. It's a bit difficult for us right now to say how many people should be in the board because we don't know the candidates for NP3, but our current position is to say it would make sense to have 5 national board positions and then keep that option open so that somebody could still join the national board, even though they have not manifested themselves right now at this end.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Nino, for your explanations. Now we have a quick question round for the advisory council. If you have any questions regarding their recommendations, we're going to open the speakers list now. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. No questions. Fabien?
Yes, thanks. Yes, Fabien NB. Just quick precision, Nino. So the number you guys NP are voting on today is the number of fixed people that's going to be in the NB for the entire year. Meaning, correct me if I'm wrong, this number cannot be changed. So if, for instance, we have 3 extra super motivated NB member until NP3, then we cannot accept those 3 people and we cannot amend the choice we make today, right or not?
No, but this is my personal interpretation of the statutes. I think Sophie wants to have a reaction. I maybe let her go first.
Yes, Sophie, you can go ahead.
So I would say this is not a case that's precisely defined in the statutes, and especially we have changed our way. Usually we had election at NP3, and this is the first year where we have election at NP2. For me, I mean, I would have to read again the SOS exactly, but I would say that the NP at the end of the day has the last word, and the NP can always come back on a decision that the NP took itself. So if at some point they want to change it, I would say that it should be a possibility. But it has not happened before, as far as I'm aware. So that would be setting a precedent.
Okay, thank you, Sophie.
If I may just quickly to finish the answer, that's why I was going to say no, because I do think that in the end, the NP is the highest decision-making body and they can overturn. I personally don't think it's desirable that as soon as you have a new interested person, you change the amount of board members and change the amount of people that are in the board, because being a board support, you can basically do more or less whatever the NB does. You're allowed to be in the board meetings, you're allowed to be active, you can bring your points in, and you just don't have a vote, pretty much, and maybe a bit of the financial support, but even there, then NB can be a bit flexible. But I don't think this number of 5 is necessarily fixed. And probably if this situation happens, we might have to revisit it at the NP3 with how many people that are set. But of course, we would set the status quo to 5 people right now.
Okay, thank you for your answer, and thank you, Fabien. Are there any more questions? No. Okay, so I'll propose to close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? No. Okay, perfect. So the speakers list is now closed. Thank you very much, Nino, for your input. And now going back to the presentation. Now we have the presentation for the candidacy of OC NP3. They wanted to propose themselves already at the NP2 Geneva, and we'll see how they adapt to the current situation. I'll welcome ESN Fribourg to the floor.
Thank you. So I will be in charge of presenting the candidacy, but if anybody of Fribourg want to react after, that's not a problem. So I think you all see my presentation. Okay, perfect. So that's me again. And as I said during my presentation, I'm from Fribourg, so I'm here to present the candidacy of Fribourg as OC for the next NP. But as you all know that we are in a strange situation with the sanitary problems, the coronavirus and all what happening right now, we wanted to present ourselves as online NP because for us it's also difficult to organize everything according, like, we don't really know what will happen, and it's really like a pity that we need to organize everything, and then at the end it's exactly as Geneva that we need to cancel everything. So we thought that it could be a good idea to go directly on a online NP and also adapt it according to how it was like right now, and do like take all the advice to make it even better. So we wanted also to have a theme, so it would be fantasy, and here's some information. So it would be the 21st of June, so it will be in your bed or whatever you want on your computer, and the theme would be fantasy. So we wanted still to have something like to relate to during this NP. So it would be great if everybody can like, or like the people who have something at home can maybe dress up or have a background about fantasy or anything, and also adapt, for example, the city job with this team. It can also have some informal content. And for now, we thought about one day, but this can also change. For example, if you say that we should have more workshops or informal discussion, then maybe we can also put sometimes on Saturday, but that's really up to you and to what you like, what you wait from us. So here you can see the OC team, sorry. They were all very motivated to organize it, so we are still a bit sad that we cannot do it physically in Fribourg. Also, that we already started a bit before the coronavirus situation, so this team was already active, in fact. So, but they will in any case try to organize a good social program also online. So I wanted to say see you in Fribourg, but I guess it will be more see you in front of your computer. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alex. Yeah, I know that it's a bit hard to adapt to the coronavirus, and it's taking away a lot of our opportunities to meet up. But yeah, thank you very much for taking the time to adapt to this new situation. Now I'll leave the floor for the participants to ask questions if you have any questions regarding what Alex said. So Theo, first.
Hey, thank you for the presentation. Also love the theme. I was just wondering if you're going to organize, you have 10 people organizing a social program. I'm assuming it's going to be awesome. Can we have the NP on Saturday? Because I'll probably be working on Monday instead of Sunday.
Yes, sure. We can discuss this. It was only like because we reserved the weekend, so I wanted to go just like we're doing right now. But if people say that it's better on Saturday, we can easily do it on Saturday. That's not a problem.
Epic. Thanks.
And I said we have 10 people, but that was for the previous, like the organization for the physical NP. But I guess everybody will also be happy to pair together to organize an activity and not have 10 different activities.
Yeah. Thank you, Theo. Thank you, Alex. Does anyone else have any question? Fabien, the floor is yours.
Oh, yes, Fabien, NB. Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. Is there a chance that, as you have already started to organize a physical NP, is there a chance that you might organize the NP1 in October?
That's a good question, but I don't think I'm the good person who can answer this, because in fact this will, like, it's the board of next semester that will have to decide this, because as you maybe don't sorry, there is some people from Fribourg who is going to end up their studies, so a lot of people from the OC that I showed you before are going to leave, so they will have to check according to the NUB they have if they still want to organize it physically, like the next semester.
Okay, thank you, Fabien. Okay, anyone else? Armand? The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Armand. Board support, thank you so much, Fribourg, for the candidacy. In the very unlikely case of a magical situation that actually let us have a physical meeting with a lot of different people within June, would Fribourg be able to actually catch this opportunity to make a physical NP?
Honestly, I'm not sure, because for now we started the organization, but nothing was reserved or booked or anything. So this would mean that we need to organize anything in less than a month, because I don't think that the situation in May would say, okay, everything is fine again. So I'm pretty much sure that if we say now that we are going online, it's because we are going to be online. Does anybody from Fribourg want to add a point or something? Yes, Lucia, for example.
Yes, well, it's something that I've thought of just now. Potentially, maybe we could, if the situation gets better and like social gatherings are permitted, maybe we could envision doing like a physical social program, like, I don't know, everyone who can join like us for something in Fribourg, but then it gets really complicated, I guess. But it could be an idea to organize like a party in Fribourg, just that. So that it's not too much organization, but I don't know.
In any case, I think we will have to be flexible according to the situation, and this like exactly like we had for this NP, and finding solution if we can. And in any case, we know that we can do it online. So.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much for your input. Does anyone else have a question for the OC? No. Okay. I propose to close the. Wait. Okay. I propose to close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? No. The speakers list is now closed. Thank you very much. Now we can go back to the presentation. Now onto more presentations. We have a presentation about budget amendments regarding Libara, national events, and gifts. I welcome to the floor Valerie Burkhardt, National Treasurer. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Hi again, I guess. So, to the budget amendment, to the fun part of this whole thing. So, why does? Yes, sorry about that. It was lucky. So I present you 3 budget amendments. This is first the loss of the Libara deal, the potential change of the national events, and the inclusion of the line 4028 into line 4024 in the budget. That means the line gifts into the line national platform. As Jas already mentioned, there's 1 vote for all of them in the end, and if it doesn't get accepted, we're gonna do separate votes for these amendments. So the first is the Libara deal. This means the SIM card that we had a partnership with the Libara, which distributed SIM cards, and where we got monetary support and also top-ups. That means when the Erasmus student recharged the SIM card, we got a part of this financially. But this deal was not attractive enough for the sections. That means less cards were distributed. So the Libera was not happy with our contribution, and they cancelled the deal. What does this mean in the financial part? This means that we have 4,000 francs less per year in the sponsoring part, and we also budgeted 1,000 francs less in the top-ups, as the cards did get distributed less, and we also don't get a match distribution for the next semester, which for the autumn semester, which means a total reduction of the sponsoring line of 5,000 francs. So to cover this was in the income, there's 5,000 francs. To cover this in the expenses, we tried to distribute it evenly on different lines and not put this on one line. And to be more concrete, we budgeted a reduction in the line of the non-statutory meetings. This line is the line which supports the national level members to go to international meetings as their community meetings, the Western European platform, or for example, the national board meetings or trainings. Now, this is not a problem this year as a lot of these events got cancelled. Then we also reduced the line of the travel expenses of the national level inside Switzerland to go to the national platforms or the community weekends and stuff like that. There's also a decrease in the line for the international guests at the NPs, at the national platforms, NP, sorry, which is not the line for the trainers as of the national at the national platforms, but really the international guests who just come as guests. Then we also reduced the line of the national board meetings. This is the support for the physical board meetings, where the board meets physically, has some has discussions, and this supports for food and accommodation. Then also reduction in the line for the community weekend, but they still can take place and still have enough support, monetary financial support to have a decent price and good locations. Also a decrease in the line of the international project and causes, which were mainly directed to the international Erasmus games, which got cancelled. So there's no problem in this. We rather have to use this money in other projects and causes. And also a decrease in the line for the intersection events. These are the events organized by sections together. And this means with this decrease, again, we have the same amount of money for 2020 as for 2019. This all together means a decrease in the expenses of 4,100 francs, so we budgeted a bigger loss than initially, but no problem this year. Okay, that's the first amendment on the Libera deal. The second one, which is maybe a bit more close to home, this is the change of the national event. What do we want to do? We want to replace the Lucerne trip, which is at the moment a national event, by the Swiss train rally. Why? The Swiss train rally is developing remarkably. It supports sustainable travel by trains, and trains are an important part of the Swiss public transport. And this is an event which can be very Swiss, as it's for the size of the country. It works really well, and so it is a special event, and we want to treasure it. There was also informal vote on the forum made on this, and this got accepted. But it was an informal vote, so yeah. What does in the budget? There is no change in the budget itself. It's a change in the explanation document of the budget. It would mean to reallocate the money which is now allocated to the Lucerne trip to the Swiss train rally. So instead of the Lucerne trip, the Swiss train rally would get 1,500 francs. And this would also mean that the Lucerne trip can apply, or I wish they would apply for the intersection grant, so it can still take place. It can still get financial support from the intersection grant, and it would have a similar status as the Ticino trip. And that's that. I hope that's clear. And then for the third amendment, this is the inclusion of the line this line, this amendment was proposed by Ben at NP1 to have this line gifts into the line of the national platform. The gifts is this is the at the end of the national platform. Normally, there's a small gift to the CT and the OC. This is this line, and it would just mean an inclusion into the other line, and there would not be a line gift anymore, because this can be misleading and misinterpreted, and it's not a nice term to have on a budget. It would be no change in the amount to go to the gift. It would just mean an inclusion of this line, and then the line 4028 would be deleted. And that's it. I'm open for questions now.
Thank you very much, Valerie. That was a very clear explanation of the budget amendments. Thank you very much. Now the floor is for the participants to ask any questions. Does anyone want to ask Valerie a question regarding the budget amendments? No. Doesn't seem so. No one? Okay. So as no one has a question, I think we can close the speakers list and move on to another topic. Thank you very much, Valerie, for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to a fun part, Energizer. Now I want you all to move it up, try to find a spot where you can move around, and I'll leave the floor to Brian, who's gonna be the one who's gonna do the Energizer.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing? Yeah, you look good. Okay, so we try to put the music first. Okay, I have to share the sound of the computer.
You go on share screen, advanced, share computer sound.
I'm sorry, bro?
You go on share screen, advanced, share computer sound only.
Not with the system, no. Anyway, we have time, so I don't know how. The video, no sound. No. How? Because
okay, so I'm gonna tell you step by step. So share screen. You have the little icon above that says basic and advanced. You go on advanced, and then it says music or computer sound only.
I think I got it.
Perfect.
Okay, I will try. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Okay. Oh. What is the music? Motherfuckers. Let me see. Okay. Are you here? Yeah? guys. You do so great. Ay, oh la la.
You can all unmute yourself and applaud.
Yeah.
Woo!
So, okay, guys, we have a bit of time now. We can take like just a short break to catch your breath. What do you think? Also for me to go back to my setting. Yes, perfect. Brian, can you stop sharing your sound, please? Okay, so we're way ahead of time. It's amazing. I think if we have time later, we can do more energizers. But for now, we're gonna move on to the next topic in our agenda. Let me just go back to, yes. So now we're gonna present to you ESN Switzerland. The presentation is done by the president of ESN Switzerland. Wait, 1 second. Yep, and there's an article in the statutes. Yes, in the statutes, Article 12, that says that if a section does not send delegates for 3 NPs, they will have to come to the 4th NP to explain themselves. So I'm going to show you the article. So the article says that. I'm going to do a quick translation in English. So as I said, if a section does not send one of their members to 3 consecutive NPs, they'll have to justify their reasons at the 4th NP. If the justification is deemed to be insufficient by 1 or more sections, they can demand a vote on the definitive exclusion of the section during the next NP. So let's hear what Roberta De Camilli has to say. And Roberta, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Roberta, and I'm the chairwoman of the body system, as we call it in St. Gallen, or the president of ESN St. Gallen. I know that St. Gallen hasn't been engaged much in the last years, and there are several reasons. So I want to explain a little more about us and maybe why it did not work so well in the last years. So first of all, we are a team of 10 people. We are the board. We do not have active members. We have every semester between 250 and 350 exchange students, and more else 200 local students engaged as buddies. These people are there for the exchange students as a support, as buddy, but they do not help us with organizing events or in general. We are 10 people and we do everything by ourselves. And then we organize between 25 and 30 events every semester. So why it did not work? Probably there was many reasons. First of all, we do not have active members. Then I know other sections do not have too, but for us it's really difficult sometimes to take part to the events. An example would be, for example, I really wanted to be at this community weekend in February. But a lot of my teammates had exams, and it was the orientation week for the exchange students. So we had everyday events also on that weekend. So, and we were like 3 people organizing an event for more than 200 people, and I could not join. So sometimes it's really a problem of that we also have events, and it's not that we are not interested in. Then, of course, misunderstandings and lack of priority. Until last year, for many years, the former president of ESN Switzerland was a PhD candidate. He was not a regular student, so he did not have really the motivation and the time to come to ESN events and to also be engaged. So when I became president, he did not tell me anything about ESN. He just said, yeah, that he also doesn't have information. So I did not know how important and how beautiful the community is. So yeah, and another problem is that we are subordinated under to association. This means that we do not have so much independencies as other clubs or other association. And I would now tell you why. I tried to really improve this year and to engage more in the ESN community. For example, I tried to change the name. As I said, we are called the Body System, not ESN Switzerland. Nobody in Switzerland knows ESN. But the university said, no, we cannot change the name. Then I tried to change the structure of the organization to like have also active members in order for us from the team, the board, to be more, to have more free time also to come to ESN events. But the other 2 associations said, no, it's not possible. You cannot change the structure. And then ESN cards, after long discussions, at the end, the university said yes. From next semester, we will be able to sell ESN cards. Then, of course, I tried to come to the Geneva NP, and we really wanted to be more involved in the ESN community. But as I always say also to Fabienne, it's on another culture, I think, in St. Gallen. So one step after the other, I think we can really improve and be more engaged. But at the moment, this is all I could do this year to be, as I said, more engaged in the ESN community. I do not talk only for myself, but also in the name of my team. And yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Roberta. The floor is for participants to ask any questions. I'll add a quick reaction. Yes. Anyone? Yes, Fabien?
Obviously, when I had to talk, Fabien. Thank you very much, Roberta, for the presentation. Actually, I don't have any question to ask you. I just want to also congratulate you because you've done such a great job. I mean, like 6 months ago, you didn't know anything about ESN, and we spent a lot of time together to like step by step trying to approach the IRO, trying to also increase the ESN culture into the section, and you've done such a nice job that I'm very proud, and I do really hope that we're gonna keep doing a great job also for the next semester, and that all what you've been doing is gonna be a follow-up by your successor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fabien. Sophia, the floor is yours.
Hello, and thank you for your presentation. Hold on, let me turn on my camera so you can see my face. Might be a bit more nice. Hello. So as you know, ESN has a corporate identity that belongs to the identification and allows you to really be a part of it. And you guys have a very strong identity of your own. So the question is, realistically, how do you see yourselves implementing that side of things in the future so that you can be a part of the recognizable ESN brand? Or are you planning to do that in any way?
I have to be honest. I mean, I really discussed long time with the university for the name, because I think that already the name could like change a lot if we would not have name of ESN. And the university said no, it's not possible because yeah, because they say we do not have only Erasmus students, and it would be like not fair in comparison to other students. I don't know. It was like some excuse. So I think it's difficult for us to also feel part of the community if we do not have the name. But maybe if we show that we really want to be part and engage in ESN, and then we are the same as you do in other section, and so maybe with the time we can change, and we can also talk with the university and try to change the name. But as I said, it's something that it's a step by step. So I think if the people after me, and I will try to find someone that really has the same value as I have, will do the same work that I did and will continue, then we can surely identify as ESN, as part of the ESN. But it's something, because St. Gallen has always been the buddy system, we need some times, but I think we can arrive there. I'm positive.
Okay, thank you very much, Sophia. Thank you, Roberta, for your answer. The floor is for Nino. Oh no,
Sophia,
wait, there's a reaction from Schnab.
I think Sophia was first.
Thanks, Schnab. I just wanted to say that aside from the name, which I know is complicated, I'd be glad if you guys want, and is something you could do to help out maybe with a more visual side, to try and build a bridge that links St. Gallen to ESN. So if you want to have a talk about that, I would gladly help out with that aspect. And thank you for your answer.
Yes. Now, Luca, the floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you, Roberta, for your presentation. Thank you for being here and for your commitment. I just wanted to mention that in case you have troubles with your university, if they don't see like the whole picture of the ESN network, you have also the NP on the national level that's here to help you. The president, the section manager, the vice president, the education officers are here to talk to help you talk with your university as well. So don't hesitate to, and that is also the case for the other sections. In case you have problems with your university, we're also here to help. So don't hesitate to reach out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas, for your reaction. Now we can move on to Nino. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Nino, old person. I've been in ESN since 9 years. And it's nice to have ESN St. Gallen finally use the ESN card. It's been something that that has been a big topic for a long time, and I think it's a really cool step in the right direction. And I just wanted to say it's really cool to be around, and I'm very happy to hear that you're also trying to look for success that have a similar value, or at least that you install the knowledge of what has been set up this year now. That's often the case. We've had at times people from St. Gallen which were interested and motivated, but then if the follow-up is not there, then it gets lost again, and it's a lot of building up work again to do. And it took us a long time to get to 16 sections and to have all universities present. So it would be, in my personal opinion, very sad to lose out on a section that works really well on the local level, like some.
Yeah, thank you. I will do my best, and I hope also now with the coronavirus that I cannot really do like promotion for finding new team members, but I hope it's gonna work and I find the right person to be the president.
Thank you very much, Nino. And the floor is for Armand.
Hi, Armand Botsport. Thank you so much for your presentation, and welcome back to the network. Just wanted to add like a small point event-wise. So as you've seen, we've talked about it. I've integrated you into my event manager community, and we can start working on it and move a little bit forward event-wise. And I just wanted to know if it would be possible for you to actually tell me more, not now, but tell me more about how events are managed in St. Gallen and the way we could help each other to actually make events together.
Yes, of course. I really like it. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Armand. Any more questions? No? Okay. Then I'll propose to close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? No? Okay, so the speakers list is now closed. Thank you very much for your questions, and thank you very much, Roberta, for your presentation. I just want to mention that the Swiss network is there and it is very supportive. So whenever you have a problem, just reach out, and I think a lot of people will respond. So let's move on. Now we have a particular time where we can meet the candidates. Meet the candidates is the section in our agenda where you can do a small session with any of the candidates that have been presented today. They all have their own Zoom links. You can join any of them, and the same rules will apply as in the NP, but it will be more informal. So it's just the rules are there just to structure the conversation, but it's a way nicer setting. It's not going to be recorded, so you can say whatever you want. You can be more at ease. Just bear the fact that you have to only be on one Zoom link. You can only be on one. Like Zoom does not allow you to be on more than one. So you can just jump from one to the other. And what else? I had something else. Yes. So you have 30 minutes to discuss with the candidates. Be back in. Well, actually, you have more than that. You have 30 minutes to meet the candidates, and then we have a coffee break, and then we have a section meetings. So basically, what I'm gonna ask you to do is to finish at in 30 minutes. So at 2:50. 2:50, be back here. I'm just gonna explain to you real quick how the rest of the day is gonna go, and then you'll be off for the coffee break. Okay, perfect. I'll stop sharing my screen and I'll let you all go. Yes. elections, which candidates you want, and we will meet back here at, so now the time is, so let's say it's 3 here aligned. So 3:45 we meet back here. So yeah, I think this is it for me. I hope I did not disturb you by making you all come back here to the main session, just to tell you this. But it was quicker, so like everybody knows. So 3:45, meet back here, and yeah, have a nice discussion. See ya. Okay, guys, are you all back here? Let's do a quick informal quorum check. Okay, delegates of sections, please raise your hand. And please rename yourselves, because you know when you log in, log out, you'll lose the rename. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Okay, we're missing like half of the the voters. Okay, where are you guys? Come on. Nice. Okay. Yeah, we'll wait like 2 more minutes and then we'll start. Okay. So roll quorum check again. Please, all the delegates, can you raise your hands just to see who's here real quick?
Like raise your hand in the picture or
In the sorry, virtually raise your hand. Okay, we are at 14 out of 16 sections.
But out of 15 voting delegates.
15.
But Iris has 2 votes, so there's just 1.
Yeah, I know. Like 14 sections are represented now. That's what I'm saying. Okay.
Just wait. We had Tamara and Laura Shurek raising their hand.
Oh yeah. Okay. So 13. And is Roberta here? Yes, Roberta is here. Okay, perfect. Okay, let's start, I think. Okay. I guess. Geneva is missing. Okay. I think we can already start. Okay, so okay, I'm gonna skip some slides here. So now we're gonna go to the very interesting part of this this NP, the votings. So the national level election procedure is a bit complicated, but it's very organized. So I'll just walk you through it, so you'll know everything you need to know about this procedure. So let's start with the main thing about this procedure is to elect the national level and the national board. So what is the difference between the full national board member and the board support? The full national board member is a member of national level who has to attend NB meetings. This function is more time consuming. The full national board member has to discuss topics that are not directly related to their own positions. They have the right to vote in NB meetings, and their NP fees are fully covered. And in contrast to that, the board support can optionally attend NB meetings. They can only attend NB meetings that are relevant to them. It's less time consuming. It focuses on the tasks specific to the position. However, they don't have a right to vote during NB meetings, and only half of the NP fee is covered. So how does the NB election go on? So it consists of 3 rounds. The first round is to vote on the number of national board members. So following the AC recommendation, we're going to start voting on. I'll explain a bit more later. And then we'll go on to elect the national level positions, and then finally vote on who of the elected people from the national level are going to be national board. So to be more precise about every round, so the first round is the size of the national board. The advisory council, as I said, proposes a number of people for the next NB, and the NB votes on this number. If the number is accepted, we go to round 2. However, if the number is refused, the NP discusses a new number, and then the AC proposes it. And then the NP has to vote on it, the new number. And then if the new number is refused, then the NP has to decide on what to do next, how to proceed. On to the second round. The second round is the round where we elect candidates into their positions. So we elect the vice president into vice president, not as national board member, but as national vice president. So it's not yet a decision about who's going to be part of the NB or the BS. The third round is the round where we choose who's part of the national board. So we have to have in the national board a president and a treasurer, according to the Swiss law. So starting from there, we will elect additional members depending on the number voted on the first round. The people that can be voted on as additional members can be selected from the pool of people that match these criteria. So they have to be elected during the second round, so they have to be elected into their positions. Makes sense. And then they have to have applied for the role of full national board member. So in their candidacies, they will state clearly that they prefer being part of the national board or they prefer being part of the board support. So people who do not get elected as full national board members are going to be board support. I hope it's clear. Please raise your hand if you have any questions. Okay. Well, I don't know if people are still raising their hands from before, or is there a question? Okay, I think they're just, yeah. Well, that's fine. Okay. Then it's all good. We can go on to the voting round. So first of all, we have to do a quorum check. I did an informal quorum check before, but I mean, we still have to do another one so we know that all the delegates are here. So the quorum check 2 question is, do you have a stock of toilet paper at home? And we're going to proceed by roll call. ESN Basel?
Yes.
ESN Bern?
Yes.
ESN Ruhr?
Yes.
ESN FHNW?
Yes.
ESN Fribourg?
Yes.
ESN Geneva?
Yes.
ESN Lausanne EPFL?
Yes.
ESN Lausanne UNIL?
No.
What?
No.
Ah, okay. Yeah. ESN Lugano?
Yes.
ESN Lucerne?
Yes.
ESN Neuchâtel. ESN Neuchâtel.
Yes, yes.
Okay. ESN St. Gallen.
Yes.
ESN Winterthur.
Yes.
ESN Wendelswil.
Yes.
ESN Zurich ETH. ESN
Sorry.
Zurich ETH.
It's okay. I was on mute, but yes.
Oh, no, okay. ESN Zurich Uni.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. With 15 yes and 1 no, the quorum check 2 accepts, well, has a lot of toilet paper. So, yeah. I mean, I know it's coronavirus crisis and everything, but you don't have to stock. Okay, let's go on. So we're going to start with the simple votes. Do you elect ESN Fribourg as organizing committee for NP3? 3 answers: yes, no, abstain. We're going to proceed by, are we proceeding by roll call, or are we going to do the poll? Where is it? Sophie?
Yes.
Are we going to do the poll or just roll call?
Just roll call. I don't think that's a secret vote unless anybody
it's
wants.
not a secret vote, so yeah, okay.
Yeah, you just do a roll.
Okay, just going to proceed by roll call. Okay. So I'm going to do a roll call. ESN Basel.
Yes.
ESN Bern.
Yes.
ESN Ruhr.
Yes.
ESN FHNW.
Yes.
ESN Fribourg.
Yes.
ESN Geneva.
Yes.
ESN Lausanne EPFL.
Yes.
ESN Lausanne UNIL.
Yes.
ESN Lugano.
Yes.
ESN Lucerne.
Yes.
ESN Neuchâtel.
Yes.
ESN St. Gallen.
Yes.
ESN Winterthur.
Yes.
ESN Wendelswil.
Yes.
ESN Zurich ETH.
Yes.
ESN Zurich Uni.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. With 16 yes, Fribourg is the organizing committee for NP3. Congrats. Okay, so I just have a quick clarification. So the SOS changes introduced by Fabien at the very beginning are going to be retracted. They're going to be proposed again at NP3 because of the remark that was said at the beginning regarding the German text that was a bit confusing. So it's going to be retracted, rewritten, and then proposed again. So we're not going to vote on it this time, but next time. So we can skip this. Now, do you accept the amendments to the budget 2019-20 proposed by the National Board? Yes, no, or abstain. ESN Basel?
Yes.
ESN Bern?
Yes.
ESN Ruhr?
Yes.
ESN FHNW?
Yes.
ESN Fribourg?
Yes.
ESN Geneva?
Yes.
ESN Lausanne EPFL?
Yes.
ESN Lausanne UNIL?
Yes.
ESN Lugano?
Yes.
ESN Lucerne?
Yes.
ESN Neuchâtel?
Yes.
ESN St. Gallen?
Yes.
ESN Winterthur?
Yes.
ESN Wendelswil?
Yes.
ESN Zurich ETH?
Yes.
ESN Zurich Uni?
Yes.
Perfect. With 16 yes, the budget amendments are accepted. Congrats. Now onto the national board, national level procedure, voting procedure. So we're going to start with round 1, which is determining the number of members in the national board. So as said before, the advisory council recommended a national board of 5 members. So does the NP accept that? Do you accept the recommendation of the Advisory Council of a National Board 2020-2021 composed of 5 members? Yes, no, or abstain? ESN Basel?
Yes.
ESN Bern?
Yes.
ESN Roer?
Yes.
ESN FHNW?
Yes.
ESN Fribourg?
Yes.
ESN Geneva?
Yes.
ESN Lausanne EPFL?
Yes.
ESN Lausanne UNIL?
Yes.
ESN Lugano?
Yes.
ESN Lucerne?
Yes.
ESN Neuchâtel?
Yes.
ESN St. Gallen?
Yes.
ESN Winterthur?
Yes.
ESN Wendeswil?
Yes.
ESN Zurich ETH?
Yes.
ESN Zurich UNIR?
Yes.
Again, with 16 yes, the Advisory Council recommendation has been accepted by the NP. So we can go on to round 2 and round 3 of the voting procedure. However, these rounds have to be secret votes as we're electing the national level. So we're gonna let the delegates do their work. They have to do a secret vote on a doodle, which is a platform that we're using for secret votes. And the scrutinizers are gonna check with us that the counts are correct. I'm gonna leave some minutes.
We already have 10 out of 16 sections that voted, so people who haven't voted yet, please do so. Everybody else, you can fill in the feedback form which was sent on the Telegram. I will also put a link in the chat in this group. So make sure that you give us all the inputs that you have so that we can make NP3 even better. Thank you.
Do you hear the music?
We heard it for 2 seconds and then not anymore. I think if you mute yourself, we don't hear it anymore.
I can't hear Sophia.
We heard it for 2 seconds and then it stopped.
All the results now. We're checking them and then we're gonna announce the results. I was wondering if you were hearing the music that I was putting now. You can unmute yourself and tell me, or just in the chat. Were you able? Okay, no, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, this is very conflicted. Some people were able to. Okay, that's weird. I'm gonna stop sharing the screen for a second. And then I'll share my music. The votes. So okay. And for president, with 16 votes, yes, Dana is elected. Dana is elected national president. On to the treasurer. With 16 votes, Valerie is elected, re-elected, national treasurer. With 16 votes, Serena is elected national vice president. With 16 votes, Lucia is elected national representative. With 16 votes, Annie is elected national event manager. With 15 votes, Alexandra is elected section manager. With 16 votes, Nicola is elected web WPA. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Everything is almost unanimous. How united of a section of a network we are. Okay, let's go back to our presentation. Yes. And now, well, it didn't really make a change, but yeah. Now onto the third round, which is the selection of the national board members. So as I said, the advisory council has proposed 5 members for the national board members, and you voted yes for it. So we're gonna elect up to 5 national board members. So the secret vote is on. Rezan, we are probably gonna put some music now, so Guys, there's still one vote missing. Come on. Sorry to interrupt the music, but we have the results. And with 16 votes, Serena is elected as National Board member. And with 15 votes, Lucia is elected as full board member, full National Board member. Congrats. Okay, I think you can all unmute yourself and then say congrats, because like now it's just, yeah.
Let's go.
Yay!
Congrats,
Thank
Dana.
you.
I heard it's a really shitty job. Good luck.
Is it too late to withdraw?
Sorry?
Yes.
What did you say?
Never mind.
Okay. Now we have to go back to the presentation for just a quick one. Okay, so now we're done with the national level election. Congrats to all the newly elected national level members and national board members. And now I'm gonna welcome to the stage Hackerman Fabien Jacot again for the closing speech. Do you need do you need slides or anything, or you can just...
No, just my face. If you if you don't want to get rid of this. Oh, good. Thank you very much. Yeah. So yeah, here we are. It's already you have the opportunity to see me talking again. I promise I won't be too long. So we have already reached now the official end of this very special NP. Of course, we will all have wished to have a physical meeting. It would have been such an amazing event. But here it is. But according to some of the feedback that I gathered, some of my opinions that I got, I do believe that for the first online edition, I'm happy to say that it was an overall success. Of course, some stuff can be improved, and hope we'll do better next time, in case, of course, there's another one in Fribourg. So again, big thanks to all the people who made it possible, especially people from the board involved, especially Alex and all the city, because we ran that like super smoothly, and that was just ideal, I would say, agenda. So it was just, to my side, very great job that you did, guys. Main outcome of today is obviously the fact that we have a new national board and board support for 2021 mandate. And to be honest, I'm very, very happy with the new elected members. I have 100% trust in them. And I do feel we keep going into the right direction. So as you might be aware of, they do not start right now the mandate. They would start the mandate at the next NP as NP3, as our mandate as current national level will end. So meaning until June, we have 2 months to do the best transition possible and to make sure to start the mandate in the best condition. And in that sense to, of course, ensure a great start into the next academic year from this summer. However, we still have, as Yas mentioned, 4 vacant positions for the next national level. So we're still missing communication manager, an education officer, partnership manager, and project manager. I'm fully aware it's not the best timing of the year to commit to an extra year mandate. It's kind of hard to project ourselves in the future with like the whole this ongoing situation. But if you or any of your section member could be interested in one of those positions, please get in touch with any of us or current national level member or brand new elected members. Especially if you're from a Swiss German or Tichinese section, or even from Graubünden and Hoch, please go for it. And because we definitely also need diversity into the network. Trust me, and you can ask anyone in the national level right now. I think joining also ESN Switzerland has been one of the best decision we've ever taken in our ESN career, and by slowly getting to the end of our mandate, no one regrets it, and it was truly a great experience. Just broadly speaking about ESN, so I mean, of course, ESN has many purposes. The main one is to provide the best support by organizing many activities to those 400,000 students across Europe, by promoting more inclusive mobility and all thousands of great stuff. But as association itself, counting 15,000 members, the goal of ESN is also to provide the best structure as possible for the personal development of its member. And of course, we have a very high turnover in the network. We have to face that issue, and it's actually one of the weaknesses we have, because we constantly need to find new people. We have constantly HR issues. But at the same time, this turnover is also a huge chance to step up and to quickly take responsibilities, for instance, in national level, that we could not have got outside of ESN necessary. Definitely, I mean, for free, by also having fun, you can develop, if you wish, many skills, and which will not only look good on the CV, but simply be super useful for the rest of your life. So think also about it. Of course, I want to also grab this opportunity to thank all of you, whatever position you currently have with our network, because even such difficult times, you're still doing a great volunteering job. You collaborated with your university, you provided great support of any kind to our thousands of exchange students. And I mean, this means you have managed to turn this very special situation into an opportunity to prove again that we're much more than party or trip organizer association, and we actually do support exchange students in many ways. You know, as I mentioned before, even if the turnover ESN is important, all our partner or institutions, they will always remember what us as ESN Switzerland are able to provide for free as volunteers to those thousands of young people that are coming to our country each semester. So again, thank you so much. I've been very amazed about how quickly you adapted your activities. And even though it has been hard to be forced to cancel out what you have planned for many months or weeks, but I mean, in these moments, of course, human to lose your motivation, and it's kind of hard to take over disappointments. But I mean, even only in a few days, you started and all over, and you started again to organize new, fun, original online activities. So I mean, great job. And I'm not afraid to say that as national board, we're very proud of the network we are all together. I think we have like such a positive vibes. That's not necessarily the case in all the countries. So please, guys, all together, please keep it doing. So now I'm nearly done with my speech. I also wanna give the opportunity to OC Geneva to talk a bit, to give the floor, because they've set up a super nice afterwards social program. So I'm probably gonna give the floor to Nicola for further information, I guess. In the meantime, I do really hope to see you a bit later on today around the beer. Take care, keep your motivation up, very important, and most important, stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabien. I think we can start with the OCR announcement. It's going to be better this way.
Mm-hmm.
So I welcome to the floor Nicolas.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. So
1 sec. I'm just going to remove the spotlight.
Do you hear me? Hello. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So first, we are a bit sad that we couldn't welcome you to Geneva for NP2. But so now we organize a small social program, and we have something like 4 rooms on Zoom where you can join. We have 3 rooms with a game in each one, and one chill room where you can just chat and with the other. Maybe if we are many, I will create other rooms since we are 58 right now. Don't know how many will follow to the social program. So I will send the information on the Telegram channel for this NP Online with the links of the rooms. And I will also share the small description of the 3 games. So we are Werewolf game, Scribble.io, and also Cards Against Humanity. The thing is that for the Scribble, it's up to 12 players at time. For the Cards Against Humanity, it's 6 players. So if we are more than that, we can also create other rooms. Just tell me. So yeah, that's it. I think we will start the social program at 16:45. I will send all the information on Telegram right now.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Really looking forward to the social program. Okay, we still have 2 announcements actually. One from Annie. Annie, do you want to speak?
Yes. So I told you about the sports sessions we are doing with a few friends, and if you are up to it, I mean, if some of you are up to it, we can do one right after the NP. So I don't know what's best for Nicola for the OC. If we do it like at the same times as the games, if there's too many people who want to play, or I don't know, or we can do it afterward. We are already like 5 from Lausanne, and if you want to join, we'll do it in English. And it's quite easy. We choose some special exercise so that everyone can come, and we also have some different versions of the exercise. So if you are already really strong apps, you won't be bored.
Okay, thank you. Nicolas, do you want to add something to this?
I think we can do it at the same time. Since we are many, it will dispatch people through rooms. I think it's good.
I can also add that the sports session is only 8 minutes and 50 seconds. So it's quite short.
Yeah, it's a HIIT kind of program. So like high intensity interval training. So you don't have a lot of rest. You just like chain up the exercises. Okay. I think, yeah, so we have one last announcement from us, the CT. I will start, and maybe the other members of the CT can add things if they want to. So I would first want to thank you all for your presence today. I'm really glad that that many people showed up. Like, we were really skeptic about the number of people who were going to show up. 58 people is amazing. I want to thank those who stayed all day, those who came in, left, joined later. It's really just great to have you all here. The Swiss network needed a new, reunion, and I think that was a great way. Even though it's online, it's always a good time to see you all. And I also wanted to thank my partners in the training team, so Sophie, David Rezan, and also members of the national board, and especially Alexandra, who helped us really a lot through it all. It was a really short time. We had like 2 weeks to prepare it, and Alexandra really took care of a lot of things. So really, thank you very much from all the members of the CT. And as I mentioned, this is the first time we do an online NP. So now we have like a basic structure. I think we can really build up on it, and the OC for NP3 can really stretch it out, do a lot of things with the basic structure that we have now. So I think it's really going to be an even better event next time. There are a lot of potential things that we can do, like a lot of opportunities. So we just need to explore all the different routes. 2 weeks where it was just too short to do all that. So with 2 months, I think we can do a really great thing. So it's really important for you to fill out the feedback form so we can really improve on the experience that you have during this NP, and propose to you something even better next time. So like not us, but Fribourg. Okay, perfect. The social program, the sports session, whatever you want.
Can I just
you
add
can
something?
do all of them. Yeah.
I also wanted to thank you, the city. It was really a pleasure to work with you. And also it was a bit complicated as we didn't have a lot of time, as you said. So it was really easy. Everything went very smoothly. So thank you very much for your collaboration. And yeah, thank you also for all the participants. I was really also scared that we have only the delegate. So I'm really happy to see your faces. For the people who have the camera on, thank you very much for joining. And I really hope you have a good time also if you're just at home. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to add one more thing before I leave you. I just wanted to say that as an almost newbie, ex-newbie of ESN, it was a kind of a push to be a main chair. And I think with the help that I had, it was really a great experience. I learned a lot in a very short time. So for those who joined ESN recently, I think you can really step up. Don't be afraid to step up, because a lot of people are here to help you. And the learning curve is just not steep at all. You can learn really fast. With the people that we have in the network, it's gonna be very nice and very chill and very enjoyable. So really, don't be afraid to take initiatives, and don't be afraid to step up. I saw that some newbies that I know joined the call, so this message is for you and for other people. I don't know. Those who are watching me talk about that on the live stream. I really want to say thank you to all the people that helped me through this experience, and I hope I can reiterate and transfer the knowledge that was given to me. Thank you very much. Okay, I think we can. Should we leave? Okay, let's all meet at the social program. See you guys.